All right. Thank gosh.
If you ain't talking money, then I don't want to talk.
Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles. I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slang them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slang them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles. I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slang them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slang them. Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles. I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slang them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slang them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles. I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slang them. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slang them.
All right. We on. See, this is what normally happens when Restream or StreamYard starts effing up, and you have to start everything all over again. But this is their app. This ain't mine. So, but we back on. We on. We on. We on. I already sent you the link, so let's do this. And the kids are here. Jesus, okay. Kids are here, but let me know if it let me know if it lets you. Let me know if it lets you up. If it doesn't let you up, then I'll make you a fresh one. How many games have you won? Antisocial. And who the hell is the dude? Like when you come down, right? It's on Fortnite. When you come down and you see Homeboy like bigger than life, who is that? Any you know? Anybody know? I don't even. He's some type of rap artist or something. I don't even know who he is. But anyway, while we're waiting on Ryder, while we're waiting on Ryder right now, I guess okay, we got her. Girl, what's happening?
You going through what I went through with Restream 4 years ago. That's why I don't use it no more.
It ain't no different from StreamYard, but it is what
Nah,
it is.
streaming's a little better though for me. Like for my like subscribers to get on and hop on. I'm not gonna lie, Restream got a couple more things than StreamYard, but they changed this John on me because before I used to be able to open up like 3 to 4 screens. I don't know if you could do it, or it's because I'm on a like as a guest or something.
I don't know, but
Mm,
I learned there are several more. I learned there are several more streams, and I'm gonna explore those because I'm not to be telling you to be truthfully honest with you. I'm not paying no damn $50 for no goddamn yard stream yard. Sorry.
That's why I use the free one, the free time they give you, and then if I'm gonna do something, then I'll pay it. Like the
Oh,
it's
so
only
that
like
was
30
real
something,
for real you died?
huh?
No, it's we were playing. I was playing Fortnite, and there's this guy that's larger than life just flashes before everyone, and it shows his image and everything. I didn't know that was a real person until today. He said he died for real, for real.
Oh, I heard about him, Juice World. Yeah,
Oh shit! First, TD Jakes gets a heart attack
I
or
heard
a
about that
stroke.
earlier. They say he had a heart attack. Yeah,
I'm telling you, count your blessings.
and now Oprah Winfrey, I think Day and Night is saying is getting hit, but she should have been gotten hit along with Diddy because Ali Carter been mentioned her
What do you mean hit?
with the human trafficking.
Wait. Oprah?
They're saying
Listen,
that Oprah's next to get hit with court papers.
I guess Cat Williams wasn't lying when he said that people are going to get exposed.
Yeah, I mean, I was just shocked on the Oprah part. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I was too. I was too. But thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming through. Um, I really wanted to get your take on a specific, well, there's a couple of subjects, but one in particular that I guess as a man I could learn from, right? Um, why is everybody tripping that Donald Trump is president? Specifically, like all these other females, I guess what they call the B4 movement, right?
Yeah.
Everybody tripping and everybody going up in the uproar. It's like I'm gonna leave the country. I'm gonna leave the country. I'm gonna divorce you. Well, have you made a decision? I was like, yeah. Who did you vote for? I voted for Trump. Divorce. Like,
I mean,
give me.
I don't see like.
And how many movements we got now? We got BML or BMF, whatever they call it, Black Lives Matter. We have Me Too, and now we got this thing that I don't even know about. Like, what?
He said this thing I don't even know about. I'm stuck on that one.
I don't. I'm wondering what. I'm wondering
I
what's
mean,
next.
but these movements have like the feminist act has been around for a minute. You see where I'm from? I'm coming from. The LGBT community has existed for a while. It's just that I don't know what happened since the pandemic has happened. So much stuff has been out there. Like if it's okay, I don't listen. I know I'm not tripping. Like
You do you see where? But you see where I'm coming from, though. You have a good significant amount of people, and then you got them shaving their heads and shit. Like, I mean, I don't mind my old lady shaving her head as long as she gonna grow her hair back. But now we can't marry these. We can't marry you. We can't take you on a date for a whole 4 years.
see that has to do a lot. Like I said, I mean, I don't know. The feminist act is divided in two parts. right? Because you got females that think like me, right? We still believe that side by side with a man, we could accomplish a lot of things, right? And then you got the women that say, I don't need the men. But the feminist act has a lot to do with this division that we got with women, whether people like it or not. Like if you go back, it goes. Damn, I forgot when it first started, but it has a lot to do with the abortions. It has a lot to do with the women getting pregnant, the women's rights. I'm
Um,
all for that, but I'm not going to bash a man down just to get my rights as a woman. We got certain rights. We can get a lot. Listen, I'm not trying to be a bitch, but I mean, I'm sorry, but as a female, as a woman here in America, we can get a lot. We can get away with a lot more than what y'all men can, and it's
you're,
been proven.
okay,
Like
you're gonna have to.
we can get away. Like for example, listen, we scream rape. You think that you're going to be sitting here waiting as long as when you scream rape?
Mm-hmm.
You scream and see how long it takes for us to go to jail compared to when you do it.
Ooh. But us men, we don't
If I was to
scream no
slap
rape.
you, if I was to slap you in the face, you think I'm gonna go to jail? They gonna put them handcuffs as fast on me as they will on you? Let's be real. You'll be getting them handcuffs first before I would. There'll
But
be a whole investigation pending, waiting for them handcuffs to come on me while there's no questions asked and the cuffs are put on you. Let's be real. Us females get away with a lot more.
see, whoever picks up that phone first, the other,
Nah, nah, nah,
whatever
nah,
that's
nah.
going to jail.
Men have picked up that phone first thinking that they was gonna get that girl locked up for domestic violence and it's turned around on them. The female has won. Like, listen, I'm sorry, but like I'm really in the freaking hood. I'm in the hood. So it's kind of like it's crazy.
I mean, you're right, but here, I've been well. I'm in the middle. I'm like, what do they call it? I'm in the poor section, so nothing is standard for me. I mean,
But the hood ain't poor section no more. People in the hood got SSI and welfare. I mean, now that
everybody.
I'm older, I sit here and think when we was young, was we really poor? Because a lot of us was on welfare, WIC, and all that stuff. I mean,
Mm,
we was living like kings and queens when we was young. I'm like, we was
you know,
poor. Now that I look
you
at
were
it, we
stable.
didn't go a day without going
You were
hungry when I was
stable
young.
because both.
There you go. There
Well,
you
both of them. I can't speak for you, but both of my parents, my mother and my father, worked for the same company, General Motors. I mean, she worked at Fisher Body, and my dad worked at GM. He had to retire early because of an injury, but I
go.
mean, they were making pretty decent money back then. And it's
Yeah.
like now, it's like everything is steadily going up. But speaking of order, are you ready for Donald Trump's inauguration?
What's he trying to do? Oh, when he gets into office.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not mad. Like I tell people, he's in office. Let's see what he's going to do now. Like, if he's going to, make a change on the things that need to be done, why be mad? Some shit needs to get done. Like, a lot of stuff is out of pocket. We got too many entitled people out here. Like, between the, the LGBT community to the, and I'm not busting on. Listen, I don't care what your sex preference is. I don't care what you think you are in your head. You could be a kangaroo for all I care, but leave the kids alone.
Mm.
As a community activist, leave the kids alone. Like if y'all notice Kamala Harris's policy in her policy, Trump's didn't have it. Kamala's did to have sex changes on kids by the age of 10 and 11. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if it's
Hey,
okay to have women's rights, right? So what about the kids' rights? Why are we getting in their heads, making them think that if they're a boy, there it's okay to be a girl? Like, if there's a problem, right? In the like, for example, I mean, I've understood that in certain cases, right? Because I was confused when I was young, but now I'm learning that some of these kids, right? Like, I went into a panel the other day, and there was an interview going on, and in the interview, the lady was interviewing the guy, and he's part of the hermaphrodite group. He was, he has I think he has an extra chromosome that gives him something, the feminine stuff in him or some shit like that. I
Just
don't
like
know what it went, but
Sierra,
I
like,
understand that. That's understandable.
uh-huh.
But if you're not born like that, right? If your child is not born like that, why
What
make
gives
them
you
think
the
that there's
right?
something that they're not?
What gives you the right to?
Exactly. If your child is born a woman, a girl, that's what your child is. If it's born a boy, that's what it is. Why change the sex? Why make them think? Listen, when kids are 6, 7, 8, 9, they want to be a million things. They want to be 1,000 things. They want to be a cowboy today. They want to be a doctor tomorrow. They want to be a chef next week. You see where I'm coming from? Like, there's not one thing that they want to sit here and say that they want to be until they get older. So let them be until they're older. Talk
Let
to
them
them, give them
grow.
the advice as a parent, like you're supposed to do, but don't get in their heads making them think that what's wrong is right and what's right is wrong.
Mm. Oh well, here goes. Hopefully, here goes one. Hey, Bridge. Here goes one of his consecutive order, and one of them is free speech. Now,
That's what Kamala was trying to take it from us.
ooh,
That
and
people didn't look at these policies.
y'all getting upset. Well, not you, but you personally, but y'all getting upset because she was trying to take away your right to say what you want to say,
Yeah,
and then Donald Trump's
I didn't
giving
see
it back.
that.
How dare you? Now we can hear white people what they truly feel about us.
Real shit. People don't
Dismantled and
no more.
destroyed, and it must happen immediately. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis- or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination. We should require these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation, and promoting terrorism while dramatically curtailing their power to arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in
Anyway, well, we're free to cuss out anybody we want to cuss out now, I guess. But then again, you know what that means, right?
What?
It pretty much means that all the things that white folks have, been wanting to say for quite some time, they're free to say it now. They're free to
Oh,
say
shit.
it.
Freedom of speech. I
It's
mean,
freedom of
haven't
speech.
they always said it though? Like they still say it. I haven't seen them
Well,
stop
they
it.
they
Certain
they
ones.
say it, but they don't say it. If you
They
know what
call
I mean.
them Karens now.
I guess, but
They just get arrested on, and
I'm not tripping because I'll say what I want to say, and Lord, it doesn't make a damn difference to me. Uh, I ain't tripping on it, but just be. I would say to those individuals, just be careful what you put out there. You know what I mean? Because nowadays, people all they do is look up IP addresses and you know come to wherever you're at and they want to come see you. You know what I'm saying? And not to shake hands either. So it's pretty much put on that black suit because we gonna bury you in this location. So I suggest you be careful. I'm, I'm not making threats. I don't make threats. I don't make accusations. I state facts.
but you're not
I do.
making a threat. You're just giving advice compared to other people. I get what you're saying. Like, listen, man, people out here like it be tripping. Like, there's been conversations lately on a lot of panels. Like that's why I did 2 lives on it, saying make sure your mouth match them hands because people on social
Mm.
media be out of pocket.
Hmm.
That's some real shit. Like, especially now, like people is I don't know why like, they ain't so in their emotions. You voted for Trump. You're not my family no more. You're not my friend no more. Okay, fine. You want a cookie? Shit. I mean, I
Well,
didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Jill Stein, but
it's not a big freaking deal.
right.
Not
To
because
me, it's not.
guess
I don't care who you
to
voted for. Look at the policy. That's what it matters.
guess what, yo. I
People
don't
tripping.
know. I don't know about this. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm going to go to bed. Wake me up when he's in office and he starts signing them books. And when he starts signing the books, guess what? I'm going to be at work.
He said, I'm going to be at work, as we should. It's like
As we
people stop
should.
their lives for all this. Let me tell people something, right? It's like for the women that think that, Harris could have been able to do something when it comes to our women's rights. No. If she would have became president, her job would have been to deal with the country. It would have been federal. When it comes to women's rights, it's local. You have to hit the legislators. You want to change some shit, you have to hit them legislators. Trump and Harris have nothing to do with women's rights. And y'all would know that if y'all would attend your own community meetings that y'all have locally.
Oh, why you telling them that? Why you telling them
Because
that?
a
You
lot of
should
females
ask.
think that, I mean, a lot of women think that Trump is the one or Harris is the one that has to sit here and change a bill or change that law. No, he signs it, he okays it. It's not his job. The job is for the legislators. Y'all want something changed? Hit them legislators, senators, mayors, governors. I mean, I'm not tripping. I'm not wrong. It's like here in Philly last year,
When you want those,
Cheryl Parker became mayor, right?
Uh-huh.
And a lot of the stuff with housing and all that, right, needed to be done. And guess who passed the little laws and bills? Cheryl Parker.
Sure.
The community had to hit her, demand what they wanted. And she had to go up there, do her little thing and get them little pieces of paper signed.
Wasn't it Detroit, no, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona? Didn't it have something to do with these abortion laws already on the books? And quite frankly, that's all the Democrats were shooting for, was because that was everybody's mind. Abortion, 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 abortion. That's everybody's first go-to. Abortion, 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 abortion,
But
abortion.
here's my thing, right? The Democrats had the weirdest thing going, right? Because I remember, right, that after 3 months, you're not allowed to, have an abortion because, you're not just killing a fetus. Now you're killing a full baby, right? Now they wanted to pass this
After
policy
3 months,
that
right?
you,
Not 3 weeks, 3 months.
after 3 months, yeah, you hit
Know the
listen, at two
difference.
months, at 2 months, the baby has a full heartbeat. That's what I'm saying. And looking at people like, why would you try to like have an abortion or something like that after 2 months? Even
Niggas be
at like, listen, nobody yo, like when I seen how old a fetus is, that how many months, I mean how many weeks a fetus is when the heart is beating, it's not even at 2 months. That fetus is really beating, I think it's in between the 3 weeks to 5 weeks or something like that. That heartbeat starts really like, they could start, I don't know how to explain that. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not good at breaking this stuff down, but I could kind of like explain a little bit of it. But at the end of the day, for them to sit here and try to pass that law where, have an abortion, I think what they said, three up to 3 months after you give birth, you're basically killing a baby now. Let's be real. So you're giving birth, and then after that, I'm like, how do you have an abortion 3 months after you have the baby? So you're saying kill the baby after you give birth to the baby?
mm,
It's not making sense the way they was having this shit set up. Like, it's not making sense. If at
what
3 months in it was illegal back then, why would y'all
this is
make it illegal for you to have an abortion 10 months into the pregnancy or a month after the pregnancy? But a month after the pregnancy, you've gave birth. It makes no sense.
they would you, how do I put this? Would you be, if you weren't in your situation, would you be afraid and you were pregnant? Would you be afraid? And I'm not sounding, this is a disclaimer, I'm not sounding red. This is not a red pill. This is none of that. This is just me asking questions because I don't do the whole abortion thing. Um
I'm
I
against
got
it,
my
but
I got my
I don't
two
know.
I got my two we good. Um
I'm against abortion, but is your body your rights? You see where I'm coming from? But me
I was
personally,
I was gonna basically ask that. Like,
I'm against
it's
it. I feel
it's
as though
your choice, but what does that mean actually?
your choice. I mean, I never understood that, but the way I was raised, right? Once you sit here and you lay in bed and you get pregnant, is your responsibility. You see where I'm coming from? Like, you have to man up and deal
Is
with
it
it.
your responsibility or is it our responsibility?
Hours.
I was
But
gonna
I mean, I'm
say,
sorry. I'm used to having this because it's not my first time having this conversation, but it's mostly with women. So my bad. I'm so sorry.
yeah, but now men
I'm
are
glad a man is bringing it up because this is what I've been asking. Men, speak up, because
oh, they're speaking up, all right. They're speaking
because
up. Say stop laying, stop opening your legs, close your legs. Like, okay,
no, but if we sit here and we lay in bed, right, and like if we sit here and we have a baby, we have to man up. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and have an abortion, right? Just cause, like, I'm not with that. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I see it as though I'm killing my child. Like, now, because I am a survivor, right? I cannot honestly tell you what my state of mind would be if I would have gotten pregnant when something like that had, when I was going through what I was going through as a child. There are, victims out here that do get pregnant by their abuser, and they can't bear the thought of having that baby. So I could kind of understand a person that goes through that. So it's kind of like, how can you force this person to have this child? But for me, I wouldn't go for an abortion. You see where I'm coming from? My state of mind would have been giving it up for adoption to a family that would really give it love or something like that. And that's even hard because there's families out here that say they want babies and, end up abusing babies. So, I mean, but that's the way I think because I don't believe in abortions because of the way I was brought up and I understand it. Like, once you have that baby in you and the heart is beating, now you're killing something. I don't want that in my conscience.
Say, if you're the type of person, and people can people have been calling me a simp for this for quite some time now, because I think the opposite of what these red pill redneck people do.
He said red
if
pill, redneck. I'm
if
dead.
if you are agile enough, if you are brave enough to lay down with a female who highly likely is going to want to concede to you unmarried, then you should be able to be brave enough to take care of your responsibility as
Mm-hmm.
a man. But at the same time, the woman at most, I would say this, at most points, women often say no. Uh, when they
That's
say
a few.
no, no means no. It doesn't mean no means yes, yeah. I was just playing. No, when I heard that, I damn near puked when I heard a nigga actually saying when they mean no, they don't really mean no. They mean yes.
You know that the men like that have been scientifically proven to actually commit them type of crimes, right?
Yep.
They are capable. My bad. They have been
Ain't
proven to be capable.
let's
I'm
be
sorry. Let me
clear.
rephrase it. I don't want to say it wrong.
Because we don't want to put certain men in just like, wait a minute, I didn't do that. I was just she,
Mm-mm.
she said it.
Listen, there was one day, I think it was 2 years back, right? There was this guy that used to come into our chats, right? It was a group of us, and I used to say it because the way he used to talk here on social media, he used to say some shit, and people was like, "Oh, he's just joking around. That's how he is." I'm like, "Nah." I'm like, "Y'all taking this as a game? The way he's talking, I can get the vibes, right?" And I was saying, I was like, yo, he's a pedophile. And they was like, no, he just jokes around. And I'm like, no, men that come on here and they talk like that and are capable of talking to women the way they talk, abusive and talk about kids and they'll do this and they'll do that to a child. I said, trust and believe they will be capable of doing it. They're that bold to go on a live or, tell a whole bunch of people on social media that this and that and talk like that. They was like, oh no, give him a chance. Da, 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 da. Nope, I didn't like the boy. And the whole time I was trying to expose him because somebody else had some proof on him, right?
Mhm.
Guess what? Last year he got arrested for actually doing the stuff that he was saying on social media to 3 young girls. The youngest was 13.
What is a 13-year-old doing with a
He lured her. He lured her through social media. He lured these 3 girls from social media into his house. There were 3 girls that were going through. They
and
were
this
on
this is
foster
the reason,
care.
this is the reason why I have a problem with
And people was telling me I was crazy about the bull. No, man, you got to listen to how people
non-parenting.
act.
People who have non-parenting skills, and it's all due to this Willie Lynch shit that people just aren't getting it, and
Mm.
it's completely damaging the community at large. You are you as a parents are supposed to be monitoring your kids. With this whole social media, it's getting worse. It's getting way worse than it is because I mean, name all the and you should get this book by where's it Islam? I think it's a message to the millennials.
Okay.
Read into it, and I think the first or second chapter talks about social media, where it first came from, who developed it, how many, how many. We all had AOL back then, right? AOL, Black
When we was
Planet,
in middle school and high school.
MySpace, huh?
I said when we was in middle school, we had AOL. I've had Gmail for the past 15, 20 years.
Gmail.
AOL, I didn't have it since I was a kid.
I mean,
It's just-
all we were doing was just chatting on AOL. That's all we were doing, just chatting.
you
And
know, I
then
never got to use my AOL. I just had it for school.
I met
And
I met I met one person on I think Black Planet, and I met a person on MySpace, which was pretty cool. But it's starting to get, like I said, it's starting to get a little dangerous. And now, I mean, of course, you got YouTube, you got
but
TikTok, and
that's because we
Bumble.
making it like that too. It's you know what gets me? A lot of people know about these predators online. And what's crazy is right, growing up, even when social media started, a lot of elders used to warn us as kids about the people online. You see where I'm coming from? Like we just didn't really pay attention. But as I got older, I started noticing certain things and what they was trying to tell me. See, I didn't take heed to the warning at first because I was young, stupid, and ignorant. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. But as I got older, I started noticing what a lot of my old heads was telling me about social media. And then if you peep it, they wasn't wrong. The OS that was made to look out crazy when we was young, warning us and giving us advice, are actually on point. Everything they said is happening right now. Look at how these predators are luring these kids from social media. They used to say it was the devil's playground. Don't leave your kids on it. You know, if you let your kid do watch this on social media, they're going like, and it's true. Look at all these kids now that are young as shit on social media mimicking these challenges. They're like, oh, it's the kids' fault. The kids are starting these. No, the adults are starting the challenges on all these platforms, and the kids are doing nothing more than just twisting it up and perfecting it and turning it into theirs. Y'all not peeping that. We start these challenges. They just a little smarter than us. They're more tech savvy than us. Look at what era they're in. This is their era, and they're born right into it. They know nothing but technology from the day they come out the wound. I don't give a fuck what wound they come out of. That's
Are
how it
you
is.
speaking truth to is having a mirror to my soul?
Because I almost lost my son through social media, and I was trying to take it away from him. And I noticed the more that I try to put my foot down, more people wanted me to sugarcoat it and babyfy him. Like he almost got lured through it. I've been bringing awareness through this shit for the longest. My son was autistic. He's 18 now, but this was happening between the age of
Bless.
15, I mean 14 and 16. So I'm saying here, like y'all not understanding the dangers of this stuff. Like he almost got like this. Somebody was trying to get him to go from South Carolina. They was trying to pay his tickets, and he's in Philly. And the reason I didn't pick up on these messages is because he's into coding. He had them encrypted messages, which basically mean that only between them they could see what was writing each other. And the only way I could see into these messages was when the whole shit went down, and I got into his computer. I made his brother put on the password in because it was serious. Like I'm sitting here, he's arguing me down. No, I'm going to South Carolina. I'm like, you're not going nowhere without my permission. And he
Mm.
started disrespecting me. Oh, my grandma said this. I'm like, oh, so you're gonna start throwing at me what your grandma is saying. I was like, okay. And I started getting even harder. It got to the point where, I had to let his aunt step in. And now he's with her. Because husband is in the Navy, a little more stricter. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let you learn this lesson. Because no matter where you go, it's not going to be the same like being with your mom. You see where I'm coming from? Like at the end of the day, I give you everything that you need, everything that you want. I treat you good. I protect you. I'm there. I fight for you. Everything. You don't need of nothing. But when they get a little, tough, a little hard headed in the head, and even when they're autistic, that's why I keep telling parents when your child is autistic, right? Like
Mm.
don't treat them like they got some type of mental illness or they're retarded or something like that. They're just like me and you. Treat them like a regular kid. Just know that there is a difference between them and the regular kids. You gotta, how can I say, be there for their needs, but you can't sit here and make this child think that he's gonna always need you and depend on you. Because they grow up. They're gonna
Mm,
make their own lives. They're not always gonna depend on mom or dad or whoever's there with them. Just because they're autistic, once again, don't mean they're stupid. They grow up, they make
they
families of
still
their
need
own
the
and
extra help.
everything. They're smart.
They
They're
still need
real
that extra help
smart.
though.
So, like I tell people, man,
And you do what you have to do.
but it's up to us. Like people want the government, they want the schools, they want social media, they want these teachers. No, as a parent, it's up to us. We're supposed to be their protectors. We're supposed to be their guardians. We're supposed to be, their doctors, their officers, their counselors, all of the above.
Well,
But people,
let me help you out here. As uh, yes, as parents, we're supposed to be protecting our children. We're supposed to be the
teach
first. We're
them.
supposed to be the first line of defense. But I also think that yes, you do have those teachers that you do send your kids to that generally for the for seven
To 8 hours, yeah.
7 to 8 hours that you have them there, they're supposed to be your responsibility too. And then afterwards, when you go home, of course, you have your own community to go to. They're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be responsible for, as an adult, you're supposed to be responsible for not only for your kids but for everybody's kids, because what were to happen to that possibly one day that you have a child that is particularly not this disciplined than other kids, and he ends up going in and sexually harassing your daughter. It's going to be a problem. So therefore, you can in house, you can police your own community as such. You don't need necessarily need outside forces other than if a crime were to really happen or if the
You
military had to
know,
be involved. But overall, it should be that way. But due
but
to the
it's not.
fact that we're so separated from each other, it's
Facts.
kind of hard to see a person for who he or she truly is, due to the fact that they're in different groups or whatever. But you kind of catch those ones that like, I don't even pay attention to this shit because I got issues of my own. I got real issues in real life. I just don't on YouTube and catch a whole bunch of niggas saying, emulating the same
Facts.
shit over and over and over again, and it's not carrying any weight. It's just dead weight at this point. Because I just hear a whole bunch of niggas just, blame everything on females, and
Mm-mm.
that's literally not the case.
It
I
isn't.
can't if I am a woman, I cannot pregnate myself.
Did he says the same thing I say. I mean, I need a man or I need to go to the sperm bank. I'm being honest. And the
I
sperm
don't even
comes from
trust
where?
the sperm bank. I wouldn't even trust the sperm bank.
No, no. But what I'm trying to say, there's only two ways that a woman can get pregnant, and it's not by another woman. There's only two ways. If she's not using the man, I mean, you see where I'm coming from. If she's not here, giddy up, being a cowgirl with a man to get pregnant, she has to go to that sperm bank and get, inseminated. But guess who puts that sperm there? The man. Like either way, the man is
Feel
needed.
bad. I really feel bad. I just want to say to the nation, to the whole world, I feel bad. Please forgive me. Do not leave us. Don't leave me alone. Because I
What would the
am
world
none of
do?
these
That's why.
niggas.
Listen, I made three poems, three short poems called, right. One is called um A World Without Men, A World Without Children, and A World Without Women. And the whole purpose of it is where each one had its own, but it's the same. What would you do, if you lived in a world without men? What would you do if you lived in a world without women? What would you do if you lived in a world with no children? So somebody came up with, basically, I was on somebody's channel and they was talking about, how would women be, how would they react if it was just women in the world and no men? And I'm just sitting here listening to the whole podcast and I just came up with them little three poems. And it's true. Like, what would the world be like without the, children's laugh and glee? What would it be like?
I don't know. Should we ask Prince Seller to make that?
Shit. Because it's like I hear this shit and I'm sitting here, I'm like, could you imagine yourself just being in a world with just all women? I'm looking at it like,
Hey,
what am I gonna do?
a lot of women, a lot of women nowadays would be fine with it because they would rather
Uh,
deal with that than deal with us. Basically, it's crazy, and then not too many white motherfuckers would have to deal with that too. But that's
the
just the world.
problem.
That's just
The
the
problem.
world that we live in nowadays. It's
Yeah.
just it's
People don't
well,
get to know each other no more. People
well
just
for example, right?
in relationships.
How do we how do I frame this? If you already had like two children by two different dudes or something like that. By I mean we don't have a crystal ball. We can't predict who's good for us and who's not.
No.
Um, but it ultimately goes. How does it go? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So you go and you find a third one. Now this third one, I mean, he's a little bit on the timid side, but he tries to do right by you. But as a individual male, I don't know what we think. I just think we just think one way. We just think about getting into the draws. That's. I'm gonna admit it. I just admit it. I admit it. I just admit it as a man. We try to get to the draws, but we try to get into the draws a specific type of a way. What up, Nightish? We try to get into the draws a specific type of a way. It's like you already have you already have two children. What about me? Why can't I have a child? Why can't
Hey,
I get why can I get the draws? Why can I get this? Why can I get that? It's simply put, I don't know. You're a woman. I'm sure you come across this shit plenty of times.
I mean, I've had conversations, different panels. Like some men had said the same thing when they was young. They was more focused in getting into the draws. Than there was others that said, "Wait, you went on mute, or is
For
that
me,
me? Oh no, I'm on the regular YouTube. Snap. How I get out the StreamYard? I'm like, wait, I don't see him. Yo. But then
my
I've had other men that, when they was younger, their focus wasn't, getting into girls. They wanted to make that money. They wanted to be in the streets. They wanted to do that. The girls came and they went, but that wasn't their focus. So it's kind of like, all right, okay. I guess, every man out here was different when they was young. They grew up a little different or had different, ways of living life.
no, I can't even explain it how I want to explain it. It's just
Then you got the guys that, could never get a girl. They had a hard time getting girls. And you
you
can't say
talking
no, you
about
don't
the
know about
nerd, you
those.
talk about the nerdy one.
I mean,
The
I've seen
nerdy
some
one.
nerds that can get some girls. So that's why I'm like, man, some nerds out here be catching girls more than the guys in these corners nowadays. Shit. The nerds is getting it nowadays.
I would say more ugly motherfuckers than I would say nerds who actually getting it uh getting the goods because I mean I don't know.
See, my
I see some ugly cats get some tail. So
I've always had a type and I still do. Like with me, I have to have the combination. I don't know what it is, but ever since I was little, it had to be the nerd. I mean, not little, but ever since I was younger, it had to be the nerdy bad boy type thing. And that's still what I got. That's still what I'm into. It just can't be a straight up nerd, and I'm not into the bad boys from the streets because they ain't no good. Mama taught me better.
what
So
okay. what would be some good advice that your mom has ever given you?
Oh, about the
Versus,
corner boys,
versus
and I'm
your
not
father.
talking about my mom. I'm talking about the old heads that raised me more. I just say
Yeah.
mama taught me better because it was either Mom Dukes or damn. All my old heads got called Mom Dukes. Damn, growing up, that's crazy. Each and every one of them, Mom Dukes.
So
But yeah, each
you
one
would
of
say,
them, each one of them taught me better. Like I've never been with a guy that's been in the corner like that, and I think and I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't with them while they was trapping. When I got with them, they decided to leave this lifestyle. I don't know if you get where I'm coming from.
yeah, I get it, I get it, I get it.
So it's a big
You think I
difference.
ain't from the motherfucking streets? Shit.
No, no, no. Because some people don't understand. They're like, "What you mean?" Well, for some reason, when they got with me, they said, "Fuck the streets," and they got a regular job. Something they wouldn't do before. I don't know what it was, but they did it.
That's what it do. That's what it do. I mean,
Have I had a street nigga?
if
Yeah,
you
but he was.
didn't leave the life, then shit, you gonna get caught up like a motherfucker out there. If you're lucky, you
But me being with a guy that's been in the corner like that, no, never. Have they been? Yes, but they never been doing the dumb shit while I was with
I
them.
mean, let's
So
just face it. Let's just face it. Being on the corner is just like making minimum wage. That's all it is. But if you know how to, I mean, if you know how to do it right, you might be making some extra shit. But that's just
back then,
me.
listen, man. Look, 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 look. I would believe you, right, if you were saying this shit back then. You like my little cowlick, got my little bun, right? But
Oh wait.
but I would believe you if you were saying this back then and I was a little younger. Now these kids in the corners out here talking about they sell nicks, they do this, they do that, but they smoking their own shit.
And we know the rule. What is the rule?
You don't smoke your
Never
own
get
shit.
high on your own supply.
Facts. But these little young bulls out here don't. I mean, I don't know if it's that they was thrown to the wolves on purpose or they just really trying. But these little young bulls, like I don't know. They say they gangster, but like I tell them, like y'all need to stop thinking y'all don't go Leon because at the end of the day, he. How can I say it? He did things with.
We get it.
Ain't
He
none of
ain't
y'all don't
no
go Leon.
different from Al Capone. He ain't no different from Bugsy Siegel.
Shit, these kids out here trying to be that, but y'all can't be
And
that.
Capone, and I think Capone owned Lansing, Michigan for a while until he got caught with taxes.
But half of these kids don't
You
know
can
what the hell
never
they
get
doing.
caught with a body, but you get caught with taxes.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
But no,
freaking
man.
crazy.
You know what? I seen it. I think it was like around June or July. I don't know when was it. I think I did the live right where the young bull stuck up the corner store. He held up the corner store. He went in there with a gun and everything, right?
Mhm.
A little while later, I learned that the young bull had schizophrenia. He was supposed to be getting himself medicated, but he didn't want to. He was out there trying to do it on his own, but he was popping. You know how they got the shrooms?
Mhm.
I didn't know they had shrooms in the pill form.
Yeah.
So listen, I don't do none of that stuff. So, and obviously I'm not searching it because I thought the shrooms were just shrooms. I didn't know they went from shrooms to pills. So, anyways, the young boy was on that John, and that's what made him sit here and hold that store hostage that day. And I'm saying, I'm like, I feel bad because like they was really gonna shoot the young boy.
Wait,
Damn.
wait. He was
But
on shrooms and holding up a liquor store,
no, he was holding up the corner store.
a
But
corner store liquor
you know
store.
what his hobby was?
What?
I didn't know he was schizophrenic. I used to see this young boy in the corner every day selling weed, selling coke. Never knew that he had schizophrenia till that day, until that whole shit went down.
Shit happens.
Never
I
knew.
was thinking, okay, rob a bank. See, I see.
My whole point was I never listen. I'm sitting here on mental health in the corner. Like, you blame the mom or you blame the kid? Because I mean, I've seen you here for years. You just hit 25.
nigga, you ain't gonna get but what?
This shit was crazy. I'm first time ever.
$50
I've
even.
I've never seen a mental health person in a corner selling drugs. Real shit. That was my first time
Then
ever.
then
First time ever.
because if you depressed, and let's just say it ain't working out for you, but you doing your bit. Next thing you know, you be like, man, I just need the edge off. I just need to get just the
No.
edge off. And then you start snorting coke, snorting, sniffing, whatever the case may be. And the next thing you know, it's like they always say the same thing. I'm only gonna do this once. I'm only gonna do this once. That's all I need, just this one time. And
No.
then I'm like, well, let me go back again. And then the next thing you know, they be coming back for more and for more and for more. And then the next thing you know, they ain't getting no sleep. They just
Looking for the next time.
going at it, right? Which is
It's a shame.
ridiculous. And the next thing you know, it's like we don't even recognize you no more.
The crazy thing is, all these pandemics didn't start until like the 80s and 70s and something like that. I just don't know which one started first, the heroin pandemic or the cocaine pandemic.
Cocaine
It was the cocaine.
and cocaine. Because back then before it landed in the black community, they had coke. Well, they got most of their shit from Taiwan, and then of course FBI brung their shit back over here to the white side, and then of course the Italians and the mobs and the mafia said, basically the same thing that I just said, and it's like, why get
Mhm.
we don't need this shit, so why don't we just give it to the black community? And to this day, boom. Now I'm not saying that. I mean, I don't condone it, but
No.
due to the fact that all these all the jobs that were there aren't were taken away for obvious reasons. Um, the good HVAC programs, the undergrad programs that were free from back then were all taken away because of funding. And then now look at you. You got motherfuckers shooting up. You got
It's the same
fucking
thing over here.
people robbing people and shit.
You know, they just bought Girl Scouts back here in Philly within the last like 3-4 years.
Hmm.
They always programs out. I mean, hopefully they put them all back like they're supposed to. But
And look, and now look what's killing us right now. And I'm gonna surprise you. I'm gonna surprise you. You know what's killing our children right now?
I'm listening.
Schools.
Who?
Schools.
Mm. I mean, there's a lot of suicides that are happening in the schools, yeah, and a lot of stuff that's happening in these schools. So,
It's not just that, but what are we teaching? What are the teachers teaching our children every day?
mm, the
If you're
curriculum.
not in private school, if you're not homeschooling your children, what are the teachers teaching your children? You're teaching
Facts.
you're teaching your children to be competitive with other competitors, basically make them a minimum wage. You're not teaching them to, you know, get banked like all the, all these high top flight Illuminati motherfuckers. You're doing that. They will never let you do that
We got the older version of Jaden
without the
Smith right
voting
now,
of the
okay?
right,
He
right,
just
right.
sounded like Jaden Smith right now. He said the schools is set up like the prison system. I remember when he did that interview. He was so young, and I'm like, yo, the way he was talking, you would think he was a grown person. Yeah.
Very fucking sad. Very fucking sad. Oh, got to see Umar this week.
I know. I gotta finish watching the video. I saw a little clip earlier. I'm like, look at him! Congratulations.
It's the third time
So,
in a row.
is he like he seems, or have you
Huh?
met him before? I said you met him before.
Yeah, this is
Oh, okay, okay, okay. So
the
is Dr. Umar the way he seems, or
yeah, it's always
okay,
been
okay.
that
So
way.
he is the same off camera and on camera.
He's
Okay.
the same off and on camera and cooler than a fan. The only thing that I regret is the first time when I met him that a friend of mine invited me over to dinner to have dinner with him, and I was just dead dog tired, and I had to go to work that night. So I'm like, fuck! Like I could should have just swallowed it and just say, screw it. I'll sleep in the bathroom or something. I don't know. I should have
I'm
had
dead.
dinner with the man. I just had dinner with him. But oh well. So went to go went to go see him and what else when it transpired. So when I guess when the good doc speaks, there are millions who listen. And I'm not saying that everybody's Umar's cup of tea. I'm not saying that.
Mm-mm.
And I'm also not saying that it's the same thing as about me saying that not Tariq, but if the person from Adolph's there she's not everyone's cup of tea either, or anybody from FBA, which is led by Tariq Nasheed, or blah 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 blah. But these are the individuals, right, of today's genre, today's YouTube genre.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing that really bothers people about him, I'm talking about Umar, is that he comes with facts. You know where you get your facts from? He usually gets his facts from books that most Negroes don't read, uh, newspapers which most Negroes don't purchase and read. Um, they're
They got
getting
him
rid of,
freaking
they're
papers.
getting rid of all your books. You do know that, right? They're getting
You,
rid of all your books. They're getting rid of all the. Pretty soon, if we're not careful, Black history will be a thing of the past.
listen, in Philly they've closed down so many libraries that people haven't even noticed it. They only got a few open. That's why we was talking about it when I went to go get my daughter's report card the other day. The lady was trying to recommend a library. She was like, "It's right there. It's real close to your house." I was like, "My whole life I walked through that block and I've never seen a library." And she's like, "But it's right there. I remember it. I used to live." I'm like, "But you're like 15, 20 years older than me. The library probably closed down while you became an adult and I was growing up." So we went to Google and she's like, "Oh snap, you're right. It's been closed for years." I was like, "Yes, I'm only 35 years old and I've lived on that block almost my whole life. I've been in and out, but that's been my childhood, where I grew up at." So I was like, no, basically there's only a few libraries left. I was like the main library in downtown, the one here on Lehigh, right? I was like there's another one in South Philly, then you got one in Juniata. I'm like, if you look at it, we had a lot of libraries back before the pandemic happened, opened here in Philly. When the pandemic happened, which is when they started closing all these libraries that nobody noticed.
Or don't care to notice.
Yeah, I'm like, yo,
I
y'all
mean,
ain't peeped that shit. I was like, we're left with maybe four libraries. Four out of all them libraries that open up almost every day. And one of them opens up 3 times out of the week.
oh, before I fucking forget, I almost forgot. I almost forgot. You mentioned something about pedophiles. Didn't you remind me? No, didn't you? No, a friend of mine sent me the clip, and I think you looked at it already. the one where these people were justifying that pedophilia was a
A
misunderstanding.
preference. Yeah, I did a reaction to that, John. I think it's either uploaded on this channel if I haven't, because I did it from my first YouTube channel, the one that had gotten strikes. But yeah, I thought that shit was crazy. Like I'm sitting here, I'm like, y'all really trying to make this a preference, like the LGBT community. I'm like, they've been working on this way before they started making the LGBT normal, like on paper. Like if you go to a doctor's appointment now, you could put non-binary, female, male. You see where I'm coming from? Before it was just female, male. So I'm like, imagine going to work and putting as your preference kids. I'm like, is y'all stupid? At the end of the day, man, like I tell people, man, we build caskets up in this joint because I don't see no other cure. I'm dead
I
serious.
don't
Like,
think you were up. Yeah, you were up here when I was arguing with old girl. And no disrespect to Abby, but it's certain things that I don't play with. Number one is this whole gender shit. I don't play with this gender shit at all. You a man, you a man, you a woman, you a woman. If
facts.
you a woman wanted to portray yourself to be a man, then listen, I give you this much I give you this much leeway. You come anywhere near my face, I'll swat you off.
I'm dead. I mean, it's the same way. It's like I tell people. People are like, oh, but you fight for equal rights for men and women. I say, yeah. What I mean by that is like, for example, right? You know how they say it's my body, my choice, but the man can't have a choice if the woman, wants to keep the baby or not. That's what I fight for. If I'm gonna decide to keep this baby, right, and I made it with, like, I'm just gonna put you as an example. I got a fiance. I don't want people to assume, all right? But for example, me and you was together, right? We had a baby. If you decided that you didn't want to have this baby, right? I'm gonna be sitting here and put in a compromise, right? For like, all right, I'm a month pregnant. I just found out I'm a month pregnant. I came to you, we sat down. You like, I'm not ready. Like, I'm gonna need you to get this abortion, before the pregnancy gets, further. Da, 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 da. Like, right there is when people should make that decision. But it's hard sometimes for a female. Like for me, I don't believe in abortions. Like, why would you ask me to abort the baby? You see where I'm coming from? But then again, it's like we both lay down in this bed, and it's his semen and my ovary and my eggs together. So I do think sometimes, like, why doesn't the man have the choice? I get it. I know it's my body, but after I have this baby, he's forced to take responsibilities whether he wants it or not. And that's where a lot of bullshit happens with relationships. And like, I'm just tired of seeing the baby mama always blame the man for certain shit. And I know there's some asshole men out here. I know there's some bums out here. I know some men don't want to take responsibility. But what I fight for is, I see so many men out here that do take responsibility, and the baby mama still saying you're a deadbeat. You can't be around your child, and then starts putting shit in the kid's head. You see where I'm coming from? Like, before you call him a deadbeat, take
How
a
you
look in the mirror. You see where I'm coming from?
how
Because
you
if this
supposed to be
man,
around how you supposed to be around the child if you're basically kicking them out the home? Oh,
thank you, thank you, and that's what I fight for. Like, at the end of the day, that's wrong. Like, if this man wants to be in his child's life, let him be. Stop worrying about who he's with. It's like some of these females want their cake and eat it too. You doing you, he's doing him. Why should it matter who he's with or who he's not with? Always arguing. You don't want the child with whatever girl he's with, but you can have whatever man he's around your his child, and he can't say nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like, shit don't be right. It's not. At the end of the day, if he's a father, let him be a father. Let him take him out. Let him spend time with the child. And if you want to have your free time, go have it. That's the time to do it. You want to be a hoe, a Tatiana, go do it. That's your time. Use that man if he's willingly to do it. Not a lot of men are willing to do that shit. But y'all want to sit here and put the men that are the complete opposite of that on a pedestal. It's my
mm,
point. So yeah, equal rights for men and equal rights for women. Like, you want to have all these rights. Men should have their rights too when it comes to, the responsibility of a child. They should have a say so. It's too many women not like, for example, we was just talking about the other day, right? This female, right? The dad came to pick up the son, right? The whole time it was a whole argument. And I was like, I'm listening the whole time, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, if he wants to give his son a haircut, let him give the. Oh no, he can't do nothing with my son if I don't give him. Then why did you have this kid with him? Why did you even tell him to claim the kid?
Mm.
So he'll be wrong if he go to court, right, and say, "Well, I don't want to do nothing since I can't do nothing for my child. I can't see my child." But then again, she'll win once again. She'll win because here, like in America, the woman has more rights over the child than the man does, unless she's unfit. The child goes to the mother automatically. It doesn't go to the father first for some reason, and the father has to always fight for the child in court, unless the mother's unfit.
Have you heard of the thing that happened with some particular? I don't know what her name is, but she's basically fighting for her son because her son allegedly, her oldest son allegedly was messing with her husband's children,
I ain't hear about that yet. Oh shit.
and he, mind you, he filed for divorce because of the fact, allegedly, this is all alleged,
Yeah.
because this,
I mean, everything's
of
got to be
course,
allegedly on social media. So,
uh, so what the story was is that the the children, I'm just going to focus on the children. The children, how they got involved in all this mess is the oldest boy of this mother started essaying, whatever that means,
you don't know what
with,
that is?
I know what it means.
Oh, okay, okay,
I don't
okay.
like using that term because since, and this is where I say Donald Trump is right on the money when he talks about free speech. We can't say the word fruit, can't say faggot, can't say rape, can't say John, can't say murder, can't say death, can't say kill. We can't say none of those things. But yet, I see the Mexican cartel cut up a human person's body and, like, or cut off their heads or whatever and use it as a soccer ball. Like, like, where do
this,
we get
this.
our values from? But anyway, come to find out that these children were essayed allegedly by this boy, and she is framing the ex-husband or what is soon to be ex-husband for these things. And
It sounds familiar. Yeah.
it
I mean,
does
now
it
that
does
you
sound.
talk about it, yeah, it kind of sounds familiar, but you're not mentioning names or nothing, so it's kind of like it's making me like I'm not Inspector
Oh,
Gadget.
got the we got the clips.
That's
We
why I'm like,
got.
wait. You know how many cases are like that? That's why I'm over here jumping in my head. I'm like, wait, it sounds familiar, but I react on cases like that, so my head right now is like, wait a minute.
And you know what? The thing is, the niece of the husband came out and exposed the brat. So the
And that's the thing, right? For a lot of people that don't know, right? People are used to hearing, an adult SA a child, right, or something like that. But there are kids that SA each other because of traumas they've been in their life. So, like, we have conversations like this, and like not just on my channel, but a lot of panels that I hop on because they speak on these. They bring awareness to these topics, right? um Due to them traumas, like you have to be careful with your kids, right? Like earlier we what's today? No, today is freaking Monday already. Yesterday morning I was on somebody's panel and we was bringing awareness and they was bringing up the app, right? Like, make sure you check the apps. Yeah, you can see who the predators are in your area. But like I told I was telling people on the panel, right? Don't just depend on that app. Be cautious when you hopping into a relationship with somebody, right? Like
Yes.
if they're not on that app, go a little deeper, right? And not just deep on that person, but deeper onto the family. Because at the end of the day, adults don't just SA kids. Kids also SA other kids due to the trauma that they're going through or have been through. So it's like just be cautious when you have your other kids around other kids, that when you get in a relationship or something like that, and the person is not your child's biological father or mother, because it could be vice versa, however you hop into these relationships. But at the end of the day, if your kids matter, you're going to be real cautious. If this person's not on the app, and the reason I say that, right, not every
So about that one.
not every predator is on the app, right? A lot of them, right, are not known until they're found. And what I mean by that, until somebody accuses them and they go to court, then they get put on that app. Other than that, there are predators out there that are still lurking through social media and on these streets, preying on little kids. So y'all gotta
Yes.
be careful. And you know what? Another thing, right? Let me not forget to say it, right? A lot of predators use kids on social media and off social media to lure kids too. So it's crazy like how this game goes.
But yet it is often justified.
Mm-hmm. And on
And
social media, it gets justified a lot. That's why I'm saying you got to be careful with people in your
they're
chats too.
trying to legalize a lot of things, like the whole, like back then, the man boy love type ordeal. And I don't know if they actually shut that down or not. But needless to say, I'm not going for none of this bullshit. This is the reason why I would either put my kids in private school or I would basically homeschool them, right? Because you need this type you you don't need this type of attention, and quite frankly, social media has ruined our children. And it's like what the good doctor always tells me: you can use social media for good things, and you can use your social media for bad things. True enough, fair enough. I say this: monitor your children. Otherwise, you're going to get shit like this.
Superseded anything else because he had already did something to her. So at what point would that have ever been okay? Like, why wasn't that enough to walk away? The marriage should have never. We all know the marriage should have never happened. And it's very unfortunate for the kids that this all of this had to happen, and it's happening, in front of the whole world. So
All right, we're going to play a little bit more of this clip and then we'll get into it.
I'm surprised you haven't seen this.
I haven't.
It's like I built this channel and this whole brand around being this man's wife and trying to teach other women how to attract good men and
Mind you, this is the mother. This is the mother with the son.
provider men and all these different things. And I truly held my husband or saw him as the bar for what every woman should, type of man that, or type of husband that every woman should aspire to have. And I didn't realize that the person I married was actually going to be my biggest nightmare. So basically, when I first met my husband, as I've already talked about in another video, I think it was my single mom video, I explained, you know, a little bit about how we met. And I really thought that that man was my Prince Charming. So when I first met my husband, I thought that he was my Prince Charming. I thought that he was my knight in shining armor, and you know, he portrayed himself to be this amazing, upright, righteous Christian man. And I believed him. I think shortly after we got married, and this is something that I haven't talked about, I started noticing like certain things changed with him. And I just started to see a few things that I didn't like. But I honestly thought that some of these were things that I could get past. It's like sad to even say like I could get past some of these things.
In case you guys missed that.
Now, I'm gonna ask you, woman to woman, you believe her?
I mean, some women, I don't know. Like my whole thing is, I hear this a lot, and like I tell people when I see red flags, I don't think I'm in Six Flags. I'm not an adventure at Six Flags. Yo,
Oh!
like once you see them red flags, your first thing should be walk away. Find a way to, you know,
Wait,
find a
wait,
way to
wait,
leave.
hold on.
Like
You said if what did you say? You said if I
once you
look
see red flags, I don't think I'm an adventure at yeah, Six Flags. I was about to discombobulate that shit.
no. I got
Because like
balls.
a lot of women see red flags in men and they ignore it. I don't know what is it, but they like when they telling the story. I'm saying I'm like, you're answering your own question, which means the whole time you knew it. I don't know if I'm making any sense or if but it's kind of like you. I don't know how you can't walk away from certain shit. Would you stay there if you seen a female act certain ways around your child? You see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
If you saw red flags, you're telling me you're just gonna sit there and think you're just at the water park at Six Flags, huh? Let's be real. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I
I
love
can't
to.
understand certain
But
women.
the certain women,
Certain
you
women,
can't
because it's not all women.
understand.
Not all of us are like that. Certain women. I'm a woman saying it, and I'm not the only woman that says that can't understand certain women. You said, do I believe her? It could be
It's
the chance could
glad.
be true, but why did you stay there if you noticed certain things? You see where I'm coming from? That's telling me you chose to ignore it. Why would you ignore it? That's why I'm like, it's the little things that people ignore in a conversation that would sit here and kind of help you out. Like it kind of seems like you was a part of it for a minute until you got tired of it.
Hmm.
Because you're not gonna
And
sit here and tell me you noticed this, but You noticed in what? You see my point? She
Mind
literally
you,
said it.
it wasn't too long before they got married because he was already established. He was already an established person. And now that all this is going, and again, we don't know what's going on. So
Exactly.
they got a whole trial to
Oh,
go
so this
through.
is going to trial. But
Oh yeah,
there's men out here that are capable of doing that. So it's kind of like, but did you let your child, go through this because you wanted to be with this man and now you feel guilty is the question. And if it's like that, you're still wrong. You have parts in it.
look, here's the other half. So I'm gonna go grab a soda and get your popcorn ready.
He said, get your popcorn ready.
This shit went way left with me. Just saying.
Okay.
Let's just start from there.
Wife's, her name is Isis. She gets exposed by her husband's niece. So this is what her husband's niece had to say.
My name is Dee, and I am the niece of the trophy wife's husband. Now, I know you know who the trophy wife is because she's been going up and down my timeline for the last couple of days. Her name is Isis, or Paloma, which is her real name. This lady is completely insane. Let's just start from there. Background story. Her and my uncle got together really quick. From what I've been seeing and what I've been told, she thought that she was getting a come up with my uncle. But then when things didn't go her way and she pretty much seen that she could no longer hide the things that she was doing behind closed doors, she ended up trying to find a different route, which was to come on here and lie to you all and tell you that her daughter had been touched by her dad, which that is not the case. Her daughter had been touched by her son, and she didn't want anybody to know because she wanted to try to make it seem like my uncle was the bad guy because she wasn't getting what she wanted in the divorce. For you smart ladies out there who sat up there and thought to yourselves, oh, this cannot be true. This can't be, something that a woman would allow, which it's not. It's not something that a woman would allow. I am a victim of sexual or whatever you want to call it. And I don't appreciate one bit of the accusations being put out there, especially not just because they're fake, not just because that they're out there just for clout, but because of the fact that this involves a family member of mine who I care about dearly, multiple family members, if you want to put that out there, because the kids are my family too. The boys are somebody else's. The girls and the last baby are a part of my family. And if they're being harmed in any kind of way, I definitely would want to stand up for them, for sure. But her son is the one that the baby first initially said that was touching her. My grandmother was changing the baby one day and she seen that it was red down there and she said that
I just took a blue chew. Sir, that one is guaranteed to work every single time. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, then I'll tell you right now. Blue Chew is a telehealth service that provides easy and affordable access to ED medication in the form of a chewable tablet. And they ship it right to your front door. So click on the link. You can get your first month completely free. Mwah. Stay spicy.
Who needs men when you've got great vibes? I love that. The best gal.
I told him I'd talk to him later, because tonight is for the girls.
Very dumb. I would have taken him to the laundry room and gone through all the bases twice.
That her brother did it. Now, when they went to court, the court did not believe what she was saying because Paloma had already ISIS had already put out a case against my uncle because my uncle was furious when he found out that her oldest son was touching the girls. So he went out and tried to, seek help to figure out what he should do about getting her son away from the girls so that they would no longer have to go through this. But as soon as he did that, ISIS went and took papers out on him claiming that he did it because she didn't want her son to go down for it. On top of all of this, she's sitting over here acting like she's the best parent in the world when if y'all go look for yourself, y'all will see that she has a child abuse case of her own. Her youngest son she tried to put it on my uncle that he abused her youngest son, which loves my uncle to death. But the day that her and her ex tried to put out there that my uncle had abused her son, he wasn't in the state. He wasn't nowhere near. So once they went to the hospital and they took the little boy to the hospital, the one thing that they didn't do this time is the social workers pulled him aside and started asking him questions and asked him, who hurt you? Come to find out, the little boy told and said that it was her. Not only that, her oldest son has sent my uncle threatening messages. He has rubbed poop on the walls at multiple family members' house, including theirs. He has pushed his younger brother down the stairs to the point where he had a concussion, and she didn't want to take him to the hospital because she didn't want them to know that she had, a son that had been abusing on her other kids. And then not only that, he hasn't just touched the two girls, he's touched all three of the kids. He's touched his little brother, he's touched his 4-year-old sister, and he's touched his 2-year-old sister. But all of this will come out eventually. My uncle cannot say anything right now because the case is still open. But my thing is, you sitting over here saying that he did all of this stuff, but if he did, the police themselves said that he would be in jail. They would have took him to jail as soon as the hospital said, oh my gosh, the baby's been touched. He would have been in booking right away. He wouldn't be out right now working. He wouldn't be out right now being bothered with all of this extra stuff that you're putting on him because of the fact that you want money. Like what mother uses this platform to sit up there and say, my babies have been touched, excuse me, and then sit over there and then try to put a GoFundMe page up. Do you know why she's putting that GoFundMe page up? Because my uncle has had enough. He's not giving you any money. He's not sitting over there playing into your little schemes where she sits over there and tries to have her kid's father call his phone to get to get him to talk to the kids so that she can say he's in breach of a restraining order. Like, there's so much proof behind all of this stuff that you all do not realize that is going to come down on her head. But yet you all are sitting over here believing her sob story, not doing your research, and paying her money. This girl has up to $2,000 already on GoFundMe. Probably more now because I haven't even checked this morning. But it's crazy how y'all will go for a black man or go for any man off of what a woman says, like women don't lie every day to get ahead. I am a strong advocate for black women, for women in general, for people in general. But men, I feel like we need to just slow down a little bit and not always think that they're the bad guys, because it goes both ways. And I am a mother of a black little boy. So for me, I can understand why she would want to cover up for her son, but at the same time, me personally, if my son is doing anything like that and I
Hey guys, welcome to my new video.
have other kids, I want to get him the best help possible away from his siblings until he is confirmed better. And I know he's no longer a threat to the other kids in the house, because you can't just sit over there and single out one kid and be like, oh, I'm going to protect this one, but whatever happens to the other ones just happens. That's not okay. And then you want to sit over here and portray to these women out here that, oh, it's okay to be a trophy wife. Just go for that rich man type deal. No, how about go get your own money? How about stop. Please, ladies, please stop waiting on a man to fulfill your life financially, spiritually, emotionally, all this other extra stuff, and find your own way. Do that. Because when you find your own way and you know your self-worth and you know what you are capable of and what you will tolerate and what you won't tolerate, then the good man will come find you. But until you know your self-worth, you're just going to keep picking up anything off the street and being like, oh, okay, he got a little bit of money in his pocket, so he going to treat me right. No. Because what the one thing that you don't realize is that man that has that money, he's also got a little brain in his head too. So he also is already aware of these women that's coming out here to do these things to him or to try to trap him in these ways, just for money or attention or the clout or whatever. Like, come on. We are in 2024, about to be 2025. Why are we still doing these same little tricks? Somebody needs to be teaching y'all how to make your own money, how to get your own way. So then that way, when you do find that good man with a lot of money, then y'all can build together instead of sitting over there waiting for him to give you an allowance or whatever, your little stipend for the month. Be real. Just want to let y'all know, for the crusties and the dusties, please be mindful of what you put out here on the internet, because you could be getting a lawsuit coming to your doorstep for you putting out accusations of stuff that you have no idea about. Everything that I'm telling you right now on this computer screen or on this platform, I'm letting you know that this is the truth. This woman is no records that that little girl has been touched by my uncle. No records. But it is a record that she had a diaper rash. It is a record that she has child abuse charges against her. It is record that her son has sent my uncle threatening messages. It is a record that she's not telling the whole truth on this platform, what she said in the courtroom. The courtroom that she had my nieces sitting in looking at the wall the whole entire time so that they wouldn't get emotional looking at my uncle. because they love their daddy. And now he has to suffer without seeing his kids because of the fact that this woman wants to lie and slander his name because she did not get what she wanted in the divorce. The divorce that she did not put out there, by the way. Because me personally, if anybody had did anything to my kid, oh, baby, I'm going down there first thing and divorcing this person. I'm not about to sit over there and wait. If anybody rapes me or takes my goods without me and my knowledge or without me saying yes, oh, baby, I'm not about to stay married to somebody like that. That's crazy. But for you to sit over there and say that he's done all these terrible things to you, and yet it took him to divorce you and not you to divorce him, open your eyes, ladies. Stop being stupid. Because this girl is full of lies. Full of lies. Everything y'all heard. First off, let me ask you. Let me get this. Look, who wipes their eyes all the way up here like this when you're crying? Huh? Who does that? Nobody. If I'm wiping my face, I'm wiping all down here because I'm a sloppy crier. And I'm pretty sure most of y'all are too. I don't know why y'all sitting over there trying to act like them housewives, doing all that little... No. Let them tears drop if you real. Because if I'm talking about my baby and something like that happen, oh, I don't care if it's ugly cry or not. I'm gonna have snot and everything coming down my face. But this girl could barely even look at the camera the entire time she was talking on this video. I have no reason to lie to y'all. But I want to let y'all know that the disrespect with my uncle, it has to stop. Because man has done nothing, and the reason why you don't hear him saying anything is because he knows that this is an open case. And when you have an open case, just like we see on the Housewives with Karen Huger and anybody else that goes through a case, you cannot talk about it until the case is over.
Shout out to Bruiser.
So Isis, this is my message to you. I hope to God that you got your ducks in a row. I hope you hired a new lawyer after the last lawyer sat up there and took herself away from your case because she seen that it was no case. So I hope you hired a really good lawyer, or I hope these people give you enough money to where you can get you a good lawyer. Because, baby, you going under the jail. And I hope these people crucify you for all the lies that you have got on here and told. You are not a good person. You are not a good mother. You only... And even right now, you're still out there looking for the next victim. You're out here looking for the next victim, and that's so, like, I'm laughing because that's so fucking sad. But you need not come for me and mine. You need to know that. Because this man does not deserve it. And I know some that do. But he doesn't. So for all of you out there that had the good mind of thinking that she was a liar and that she was just putting on to get sympathy points, yes, she is. And I'm sorry that the rest of you fell for the okie doke and you have egg on your face right now. Because that's what you get for listening to stupid stuff on Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok. You're listening to that stuff and you don't even know the whole story. You don't even care to find out the whole story. You're just going to condemn a person, say that you wish them dead, that they should be under the jail and all this other extra stuff, when the justice system doesn't even feel that way because they don't have any evidence that he did anything. So please, next topic, next subject. I better not see no more. I better not see no more. Because when he come out, baby, All y'all that's out there right now talking junk are going to be so sick because this girl is sick. Her and her son. I'm sorry to say it because I don't want to talk about nobody else's kid. But if it's the truth, it's the truth. So they're going to get theirs. Don't worry. They're going to get theirs and they're going to get the help that they need, hopefully. And I hope all y'all out there that's sitting over there calling my uncle all kinds of names, saying that he needs to die and all this other extra stuff, I hope y'all are the ones that help her get the help because y'all need it right along with her. Have a nice day. Signing off.
Woo! How about that?
She went in. She was defending her uncle's rights.
All the way in, like, yeah.
I mean,
Damn.
it does happen. There's a lot of men out here that are innocent and are being put in jail. And their side of the story don't get heard. So these be, these are touchy topics for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not meant for people to get emotional because at the end of the day, right? Like I said, if you listen closely, you can see who's telling the truth and who's not. You just gotta listen.
I'll say this. I don't believe in nobody or no one until the evidence is fully on
Mm-hmm.
the table and the final verdict comes in. But in between in those times, it's like it's pretty interesting. Just like the OJ trial, those things can it's just
They told the truth on that man after he
a
died.
whole another thing, and
But you
people
didn't
like
see how they told the truth on that man after he died. They kept the truth for years.
I ain't even here.
He was
I thought he incriminated himself.
no, he turned out to be innocent. All that came out after he died. I was like, this whole time, y'all know who really killed the lady, and y'all really let this man rot in prison that long.
The gloves couldn't fit anyway.
That shit was
But
crazy.
they still, let's see, after that whole debacle happened with after they buried Nicole and they finally got his black ass back in custody. I was like, they really believe that this man killed Nicole.
They knew the whole time who did it, though. They kept evidence out the courtroom so that people wouldn't know. All that came out afterwards. Like all that got exposed. That's why I'm like, why did y'all wait so
Who
long?
killed her? And Ron Goldman both.
It wasn't even him who killed her. It was somebody else. The whole time. And I'm saying, like, y'all really withheld that from the public? Had the whole public thinking this man was really a killer. But there was
Yep.
people defending him the whole time. So, I mean, but I was young when the OJ Simpson situation happened. I listen, I didn't even start
We
learning
have
about it until I got older.
we have fights in school. between the whites and the blacks.
He said between the whites and the blacks. See, I never experienced racism like I tell people. I live in a community where we're all this mix. You got whites, you got Hispanics, you got blacks, you got Koreans, Chinese, Mexicans.
Yeah,
Like it's
but they
everybody.
all form their own groups.
Huh?
They all form their own groups.
Shit. I mean, you could say that, but it's like as kids, you don't see that. I didn't grow up like that, especially in a community like that. So I wasn't
At
really
first.
at first, exactly.
First.
Until you get older. See, the
Yes.
racism, I didn't start seeing it until like I'm not gonna lie, until what 2015, 2016. We're in 2024. I'm only 35 once again, like I keep telling everybody. I was born 1989. So
Damn, I'm 9 years older than you. Shit.
it's a little different. My baby pop says the same shit. He's like, well, I experienced this. I was like, obviously, when you was running, I was just learning how to crawl. I don't even think that when you was running, I was a thought. So y'all know a little more than me. Y'all seen a little more than me. Y'all walked them trenches before I did.
I was at the Klan rally when I was 12 or 13, and my oldest cousin was with me. And you know it's serious when you have a whole bunch of police officers with AR assault rifles back then. You know it was serious. You know it was serious when you had tanks out there. I'm like, what the hell do they need tanks for? Or the National Guard was out and was like, yeah, it's starting to get serious. But we was just protesting. And the protesting got real. So thank God nothing happened then.
Growing up, I did see a lot of
The
protests.
Capitol, the
And right.
Capitol is right across the street from the police station. Now, Lansing or Michigan is known for having the creation of the KKK. So just imagine the Ku Klux Klan here protesting like they do every other year, and the police station is right across the street. Did nobody come down that bitch? Did nobody come? I didn't see not one officer until they started doing they started talking about getting rid of the Second Amendment rights. Everybody white came out with their rifles out, marching up and down the fucking Capitol. They were scared. It was like, you're gonna really storm the Capitol, aren't you? Like, pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. In this case, I don't believe anybody.
When it comes, to the videos you just showed, I'll wait for the trial because on the trial I get to see a little more. They have evidence. I get to hear all sides of the stories. It's a little different.
Now as parents, we are concerned about what's going to happen to those children.
Mm-hmm.
Because those children need special attention, and I don't want them to go to foster care. I really don't, because we know what's awaiting that foster care.
Yeah,
and it's a shame that you will put your son through that, and on top of him doing what he did to the youngest boy, and then the youngest boy, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. That's whoever is raising him. That's it. That's their fault. I would never have fault him for that, but yeah, I will give him help. I will give him the help that he deserves. And then after that, I would want to take him under my care. The boy that was doing all the this and that and the third, somebody needs to discipline that child and get him before he gets older.
If the little boy was touching his little brother, that means that somebody was touching him prior.
Bingo.
So that falls on the mother because she was not being cautious. She wasn't, watching the child properly or listening. Maybe, however it falls, she has a major part to play in this, a major responsibility in this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem that is going on nowadays. Like, women do not take accountability on what they go wrong at, and men do it too. But a lot of women cannot take accountability of where they fuck up at, where they mess up at. Like, I don't know why.
Well,
men do it too. So it's kind of like
I can explain halfway. You see, for many, many years now, I would say somewhere around 2019, how this all transpired. We always had these these small little gender wars, but it hadn't expanded until 2019, which you had the niggas ain't shit, wear protection, blah 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 blah. And you had this, well, women are getting or making babies out of wedlock and all this shit. I think at this, I'm just gonna say it. At this very moment, I'm preaching for separation. I am. I'm preaching for separation. It's just these people. If you are single, or if you're single, and I'm only talking to the single people, your dating regimens are horrible. You don't know how to date. You don't know how to communicate. The only thing you know how to do is communicate with your dick.
Okay.
You only and ladies, you're just as worse because you just put on the most tightest shit and we don't even recognize you.
Women
And
use the P to get what they want. You ain't lying. They call it the power of the P.
and so and then now you got these niggas out here saying that they're the prize. They're the prize. What do you mean? Prize or what? Because there's less of us in the United States of America, women outnumber men with a ratio, and they always go to the data. They outnumber men 4-1. There's like 8 million of them, and it's like 5 million of us.
He says 8 million of them and 5 million of us.
It was like 13% of the population. Out of 13% of the population is we are the prize because once we impregnate you, there's none of us left. There's a whole bunch of you. There's a whole bunch of yous and only a few of me. So you better treat us right. I'm like, sit your ass down somewhere. It's like, one, no one told you to impregnate this woman. You don't like to practice dick control for whatever purpose, reason, but yet I'm the simp. Okay, cool. Look, to the women, y'all some wicked motherfuckers. I'm just gonna tell y'all some wicked motherfuckers. Put a nigga out on papers, just because he couldn't take you to Sizzlers that night, or what's the most expensive restaurant that there is? Just because you wouldn't go to cheese, he took you to Cheesecake Factory. I'm like, what is this? What are we doing?
It's
And
crazy.
this is the reason why. And this is the reason why I am so glad. I'm not glad, but the result will show sooner than later. I'm thinking like a couple of years or so. When Donald Trump is in office and he is doing the inauguration and he signs his first executive order, I'm just gonna smile like that.
You seen that video I sent you?
Nah, I didn't think you did. You send me one?
I sent you 2 videos in the back chat.
Oh, you know how new I am to this,
right? Is one with Biden, right? Declaring the war. He's getting revenge.
I just see 2 white boys with piercings.
And there's one where that's talking about that they hope that Trump ends the the transgender thingy, the sex change on kids, because they grow up right, and they regret the surgery when it's done to them as children. So that's one of the videos on there. So I sent it to you because I ain't react to it. So I was like, if you want to ever react to it, yeah.
One more goddamn time.
There are kids that have gotten the surgery done as kids, right, and regret the surgery when they're older because there's no turning back. So basically, once they get rid of that third leg, if they're a boy, they can't get it
They
back if
can't
they
get it
want it
back.
back. And once
Can't
they
get it back.
close that, once they close the vajayjay, if they're a girl, to add the third leg, guess what? You can't reopen your vajayjay.
Nope. No, you
So
can't.
there are a lot of kids, that have grown up and they regret the surgery now. And there's a lot of people talking about it in different, I've already reacted to a couple. I was like, let me give him this if you want to react to it. This is another video right here.
This is some fucking.
You see how the chest is after the
Yeah,
surgery? How their
yeah.
chest be looking? They mutilate their bodies at a young age. I
I'm
don't know if I said
supposed.
the word right. I hope I did.
Yeah, you did. You ever saw the pushback face before? That's what freaking little Kim had. She had the pushback. Like,
Almost.
yeah, just they do that to make themselves younger, which that doesn't
Man, you
make.
don't see what they doing now on the dark web and shit like that. I mean, it's starting to get exposed. It's not in the dark web no more. But anyways, I guess people with money now are doing face-offs. You seen the movie? But guess what's the twist to this shit?
Yeah, I seen the face. So I mean, I actually like that.
They're using kids' faces to look younger. Basically, they'll sit here and they swap faces with a young. But I'm sitting here, I'm like, basically, when I learned about this, right, I thought it was some crazy ass shit. The deeper I got into the research with that, it has to do with a lot. The kids that they use to do this has to do with human trafficking. Mm-hmm. Tell me what kid is going to sit here and agree to do a face off with a grown ass person? Is it even legal? Is it allowed? Let's make it make sense. That's why I went deep into that. I was like, wait a minute. How are you swapping faces with it? Like, you're in your 30s and you got a 6-year-old face now in your face? Like, I was lost. So I went deep into that rabbit hole. Yeah, that's why I was like, it's a twist to that shit. It's a
It's
twist.
something
Sick people out here.
radical about that.
I mean, I did a whole video on that, John. I'm like, well, not a whole video, but I did one of the videos when like the first time I heard about it. I was stuck the first time I heard about it. Like I said, go deeper into that shit, you're gonna be shocked. You're gonna be in a rabbit hole that you're gonna want to get out. You don't even want to stay in there.
I'm already in a rabbit hole. On the butt.
No, but see, I don't mind being in certain rabbit holes because I like learning. You see where I'm coming from? But that rabbit hole, that's a
Yeah,
rabbit hole
but
that would make you go crazy.
yeah, but it's one of those spiral ones that it's like you don't want to touch the surface of these things. It's like you really don't want to know if you really want that pain. I mean, if you really want the pleasure of having pain, you would actually sit there and you would listen. You absolutely would listen. But that's just too much. That's just too much, especially when kids are involved. That's just too much.
My thing is, who came up with that idea? Like, you got to be sick in the head to put a child through that. Because if you seen the movie, you see what they got to go through.
Look,
Yo,
I seen Face Off. It kind of scared me there for
I
a
was
minute
little when I seen that movie. I seen that movie and I
because
kept watching it.
he was willing to do any and everything to get his man.
Mm-hmm.
Switch places. Like, what? That's overdoing it. But you had to do what you got to do.
He almost got away with it too in the movie. Nicolas Cage was shout out. They had the right guy too to do it. John Travolta, Nicolas Cage, yeah.
I would have chose somebody else, but
nah, he played that role real good. Well, maybe because I was young when I was seeing it, and the faces he was making was funny to me, and they still are. Nicolas Cage as the bad guy, yeah, always.
The first go, but no, because I like John Travolta as the bad guy. He plays too many good guy roles.
I like him. See, and I like him as the good guy. See, I don't like John Travolta as. You know what I hated John Travolta as? When the first time I ever seen that man play as a freaking woman. That right there shook me. That movie that he played, that he dressed that he puts that costume on as a fat woman or some shit like that. That play.
Was this a movie or was this
Yeah, it's a movie. Let me see if I can find the name of the movie.
what was it? I was gonna say Uptown Saturday Night. What the hell? No, Saturday Night Live.
No, it's not Saturday Night Live. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now.
And it wasn't Grease.
It was a comedy movie. It's a comedy movie. I'm about to find it now.
Look Who's Talking?
No, that was my movie though. Look Who's Talking. Hold on 1 second. That came out in 1989 too. That's when I was born. I'm about to find the name right now.
Bruce Willis talking as the baby. I gotta go pee pee. I gotta use the pee pee gonna eat. That toilet gonna eat my pee pee. Hate this shit. So John Travolta played it. Well, not that it means anything.
It's not Grease. It's another movie that he did. Where is it? It's a music. Hold on.
Urban Cowboy. Not Urban Cowboy.
I know I seen the movie. I ain't fucking going crazy.
I mean, I believe you. I totally believe you because I mean, there have been rumors that has it that he's kissed dudes before, so I don't know. But,
oh shit. No, trying to find the damn movie. It's a Disney movie. Was it a Disney movie? No, it wasn't. Hold on. I was shocked and stupid when I found out it was John Travolta behind the damn costume.
Wait. Remind me again. He was dressed up as what?
As a woman. You know how freaking Martin Lawrence dresses as Big Mama? Well, John Travolta did the same thing.
Oh, I didn't even see it. But at any rate, I believe you. Y'all do that.
Yeah, this nigga got a lot of movies. Damn.
Yeah, they did.
Jesus, he's got over 300 movies.
He's an A-list. Well, was an A-lister.
He still is. He's still making movies.
Not like he used to. Not like he used to. Because if you put him
there, you go. It's called Hairspray.
I've never seen that one.
It came out in 2007.
If you're gonna put him up there, you might as well put up there Kurt Russell.
I was mad though. I never seen John Travolta play, the role of a woman until I saw that movie. I was like, wait, what?
Everybody played the role of a woman at one point. Even your boy Kevin Hart played the role of a woman. Everybody's played. Either you're gonna play the role of a woman, gonna dress up as a fairy, or you're gonna get shot in your ass, and you have to make a decision. That's why I love Corey Holcomb, because he I mean, even though he's a clown at times, he keeps it real with your ass.
He does.
He keeps it real funkadelic with you.
Out of all the comedians, yeah, I like him most. I mean, I used to like Bernie Mac, but I mean, I still like. I can't say used to. I say it like that because he's not here no more. But Bernie Mac is the shit.
Yes, he is.
Like, I like him over everybody. To me, Bernie Mac is number one. It's always going to be number one. But people say there's comedians better than Bernie. But you can't knock me down. Like, I grew up with Bernie. If there's a comedian better than Bernie before, my era, that's okay. I'm just saying that, for me, my era, Bernie Mac.
Ooh, what's wrong with this punk ass parent today?
Yo, like, to me, ain't nobody top. They like, how about Kevin Hart? Man, Bernie Mac tops Kevin Hart. Listen, Kevin Hart funny, but Bernie tops him.
I mean, he came from the all-star area of what was it? Def Comedy Jam. He came from that.
Listen, man. I think we was having a conversation with somebody. They like, you don't like Steve Harvey? I'm like, Steve Harvey's all right, but I don't think Steve Harvey's funny.
Steve
It's more
Harvey
his
is just,
face that makes you laugh. The way he put his face.
yes, he's just like Cedric, the entertainer. Of course he's good with his country grammar or whatever because he's from the country. Understandable, but it's sad when you get your ass kicked by Cat Williams, the queen of all comedians. When you get your ass whooped by Cat Williams, it's saying something.
Yeah,
That
Cat Williams.
you need to retire. For real.
I didn't think Cat Williams
I
would make it
remember
this
when
far.
he issued that challenge. I remember it years ago when he issued that challenge.
I don't. Listen, when I was growing up, Cat Williams was in the news a lot. Like they had him for drugs. They had him for this. I was like, damn. He used to be in and out, but he was funny as hell. But now that I'm older, I was like, yo, they did him dirty. Now that I know the truth.
Yeah, they did. Oh, I know you. Even remember your name. They used to call you Jawbone. Oh, my mama did. I got to cut you. Oh man, I miss some back in the days. But all these people is dropping like flies, man.
They are. He said it in the beginning of this year. Everything was going to be exposed. Man, I don't know if he worked for the CIA or what, but he got away to finding, spilling the truth out.
Yeah, why does everybody think they the ops? Like, what the? Everybody working for either are the ops?
No, I didn't say he the ops. I'm saying he's got some type of like. Listen, man, I'm gonna call him. Well, I'm not. You might not
yes.
even know who I'm talking about.
Thank you for reminding me. I have it right here.
He's got to have like some like he's got to have a group of people that's get him this information because goddamn, you see, but he does say he paid for his information, so he's got his ace underneath his sleeve every time, and a backup too.
I think it says here that he has just paid for a military base.
Yeah, I was reading into that earlier.
What the hell do you need a military base for?
I don't know that listen. We talking about Cat Williams. That nigga say he was prepared. He's been prepared.
Yeah.
So I be telling people y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat in the hat. I mean the cat out the hat. Shit. I was 13 years old the first time I ever heard the cat come out the hat, and I didn't understand him, so I didn't pay him no mind. I thought it was funny because he was doing everything in a comedy. Like, but you know, now that I'm older, I was like, oh shit, the whole time he's been telling the truth in between jokes. Mm-hmm. But I was a kid. How you expect a kid to really pay attention to that? He's a comedian. I didn't know he was spilling the beans and that's why he was getting in trouble. I just thought he was bad. Like, you know, a lot of bad people out here.
But there's one comedian, man, he's been dead for decades. But George Carlin used to say the same shit too. He used to really be in politics.
What's the other bull? But I be thinking he sold his soul sometimes. It's not Cat Williams. It's the other bull that they used to say he was always hot to. He plays as a crackhead in the movies a lot. I forget his name.
Chris Rock?
No, not Chris Rock. The other one.
He used to be.
I think he bald headed now. What's his name? Oh my god!
You said he was a crackhead?
I mean, he plays crackheads in He plays as a crackhead in a lot of movies. I forget what his name is. It's not Chris Rock. It's the other comedian bull that be.
The only person that I know is AJ Johnson. He's been
No. It's Cat Williams and this other comedian. What's his fucking name? Damn. Hold on.
You're making me think hard on this one.
He's another one that be spilling the beans out too. But he was in the news a lot. Hold on.
You said bald?
I think he's bald. Oh, Dave Chappelle. There you go. He is bald. I knew I wasn't tripping. I'm like, what the hell is his name? Dave Chappelle.
Sticks and Stones was a good one. Sticks and Stones was a good um, drift. But often he tells the truth every day. So
But it's like sometimes I feel like he sold his soul. I don't know. He
no,
confuses me. Dave
no,
Chappelle.
no. Because if he had sold his soul, he would have took the 50.1 million or whatever, how much it
Oh yeah,
was
you're right.
the first time around. But he admitted it that he didn't have full autonomy at the Dave Chappelle show. They did. Like he couldn't take the Dave Chappelle show with him. No, he had to leave it with them once he left.
Mm. He didn't have rights over it.
No, he did not. And he didn't get paid that well either.
Mm. They played him. They did him dirty too.
Yeah, they did. But this is the reason why he went to Africa.
Oh shit, for real? Because I haven't heard from him in a while. He been
Oh,
under the radar.
he's still doing shows.
He did?
Yeah, he's still doing shows.
Oh snap! I haven't heard from him in a while.
You haven't seen Sticks and Stones?
Mm-mm.
Watch it. It's on Netflix. Watch it. He's got plenty of comedies. He's got him, Kat, and Kevin have comedy shows.
See, I like Kevin in movies, right? I mean, he don't got bad comedy stands, but the last time I saw a comedy stand was with Bernie Mac. I mean, I'm like I said, I really liked him. After that, I don't watch comedy stands. After he passed away.
Even Chris Rock came out with a special, and then like it was pretty good, but right
I,
at the
I like
end,
Corey Holcomb. Like I be watching the 5150 show here a lot sometimes.
right right at the end, well, you know how when he was bitch slapped by Will Smith.
Oh shit, you funny. He bought the slap of the fucking decade.
Yeah, he talks about it after a year. He finally talks about it
I
after.
think somebody had showed it to me on his comedy stat. He roasted.
It was too freaking funny.
I'm dead.
Too freaking funny.
Man, I Will fucked up. I mean, Will, I don't know. Will was in his emotions. Will need to get out of them. Will was putting Philly to shame.
You and your old lady, Jada, she got some issues.
Mm-hmm.
She got some freaking issues. You turn to look at your man that one time, and then at that one time, he gets up and says, "How high?"
But you know, they had after the whole thing happened, they ended up like separating in a way.
You
Something
talk
they said they wasn't gonna do, but I
Will
think
and Jada.
divorce was in the talks and all that stuff.
Wait.
Jada was talking bad about him. I'm saying him like, really, after he slapped the ball for you, you're gonna sit here and say you didn't ask him to do that? I was saying like, well, why'd you even do it?
And then on top of that, they gave you an award and you start crying, and then afterwards they took it away, they vacated it away from you. That's quite interesting. But now he's making rap songs now.
I mean, Will always rapped. He
He's
was
making
just,
rap.
it's been a couple of years that he hasn't rapped, but he was rapping. I mean, he
Yeah,
had songs on and off here too.
he's starting to get good too. He's starting to get real good.
He was always good. He's just goofy.
What do you mean goofy?
Will's always goofy. That's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to the music, if you peep it, one thing I respect about him, like compared to a lot of rappers, he don't have cussing in his rap songs.
No.
He's like real professional when it comes to that.
Will Smith got out of cussing this rap to sell records. Well, I do. So fuck him and fuck you too.
He went with that big F. That's what I'm saying. Like, how can a woman make you break out of character like that? Like, I get it. That's your wife. But this woman does not appreciate you. Boy, you just made a fool out of yourself.
Cause she started fucking the mailman boy or whatever his name is.
No, that younger man got to her.
Very sad indeed. Took a
Jada, like, yo, I like, so the when I started hearing all this stuff, I'm like, Jada, damn, like, really? I
yeah.
don't give a fuck how addicted to sex you are. You're wrong. Like, damn, that's your son's friends you're sitting here messing around with.
If you were rich, would you do the exact same thing?
No, money ain't supposed to change you, but money is the root of all evil, so it will change
I was
some.
gonna say, how do you know?
How I know? Because I've been the type that have had money in my hands, ripped it in front of people when I've been pissed off, and made that shit right back, and I've said it to their faces. Listen, ain't no shame in my game. I know I can make that bread. I don't give a fuck. People have sat here and done some shit, and I sat here and I'm like, listen, to me, honesty and loyalty mean more than anything. Yo, I've had somebody snap on me. They're like, you just ripped five $100 bills. Da-da-da-da. I don't give a fuck. Watch me go make this shit tomorrow. And I did just that. Money come and go. And I've, like I told people, I've
Loyalty
had
is
so much money in my hands, so much money in my hands, not realizing it when I was, a certain age. You see where I'm coming from? That now that I'm older, I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, I could have just invested that. And I
Yeah.
just threw it away.
I don't even want to get into the conversation about.
That's why I was like, I know that I won't change if I had that shit. People get mad at me. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'll rip that bill right in front of you, and I've done it. They like, what you gonna do now? You can't fix that. I don't care. Money come and go. Listen, the first person I lost in my life was the father of my two kids. That was in 2013. Second person I lost in my life was in 2021, was my mom. I mean, in 2019 was my mom. Third person in 2022 was my brother, and me and him were like this. It sat me down. That right there, like I tell people, when I lost the first person in my life, that showed me that at the end of the day, money, materials can never replace that emptiness that got left in my heart.
Nope.
And I keep saying that. I was like, when I lost him, I was 25 years old. I mean, 23 years old. So it's kind of like I was with him since I was young. That was my first relationship. I had two kids by the man. Like, he was all I knew. He was the person that helped me, overcome my PTSD. One of the first persons, because the second one was my daughter's father. And it's not something easy to deal with when you're like a survivor. Like I tell people, I have a past. And what I dealt with is not easy to trust men out here like that. I still get that. Like, I see certain men out here, the way they act, the way they carry themselves makes me back off. Because the vibes you're giving me are vibes that a man should not be giving somebody. Like, for example, as I was growing up, I'm not saying going to say as I grow up, like around the age of 16, 17, you see how my face, I still look like, I don't know. I think I look older now, but they'll always think I'm younger. I'm 35. People think I'm in my 20s. When I was in my 20s, they thought I was a teenager. You see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
So I always thought that it was odd for an older man to look at me and they'd be like, oh my God, you got such a pretty face, such a baby face. And I'm sitting here like, everything you're saying about me makes it sound like you're getting turned on by seeing a little girl. And it'll make me look at this person like, is you serious? Certain things certain men say. Like, you see where I'm like, I wouldn't hear you talk to, certain women like that or come on to certain women like that. I'm sitting here like, so you're telling me practically that a little girl is turning you on right now?
What's the proper wording that you would use? What would be the proper wording?
I don't know. A pervert.
Because you can't use no. Like I'm talking about when dudes come up to you and it's like, you don't look old at all, and you tell them your age. It's like, oh, that's you got the face of a baby or something. I don't know.
No,
but
people be weird out here. You got to see these
I'm just trying to
conversations.
think about what would be the proper term versus what to look for when it comes to these weirdos.
Yeah, like it's be right there. Like I say, you see red flags, stop thinking you're trying to venture at Six Flags, yo. People gotta start taking certain conversations serious, yo. Like, listen, man, I know what normal flirting is like, but certain men give off certain vibes. The way they talk and the way they carry themselves. It's like I've had I've had regular men next to me, right? And they could tell that that's a little girl walking by. While I've had other men that I'm like, I think you're still like a little boy. I don't know what the fuck, or you are a predator in the head somewhere, because you're telling me that, oh, that's hot. While you just heard him say that's a little girl. You see where I'm coming from? And you paying attention to this little girl. Oh, look at her ass. Look at this. Da, da, da. He's like, yo, that's a little girl. Oh, I don't give a fuck. I still hit. I'm like, you heard what you just said? And there'll be men out here like that.
That was a whole podcast about condemning a couple of people with that same
mentality.
And
you gotta
then
be
they started looking up. Then they started looking up maps and stuff of people, different cities or different countries and different continents, and checking the age range of
it's weird
who's
shit.
legal or not. Like,
but as a grown man, you should be able to tell. I don't give a fuck how much of a body that little girl has. That's a kid. The way she walks, the way she talks, everything. And even though there's grown women out here, it's hard to tell if they're grown or little kids. But when you look at the body, the way they carry themselves, hello, that's not a little girl. That's a grown ass woman.
correct.
But how do you confuse a little girl with a grown ass woman? Like, that's what I don't understand with certain men. I'm sitting here, I'm like, that's no.
But these are the particular men that will like to start off young, because if you start off young, you can develop these younger girls as if they were part of the NBA or something, or part of
It's
the
considered
NFL.
grooming though, and people don't
I
realize
know,
that.
I know, but with all that being said, it's like you know what it's just a whole bunch of shit going on, like literally.
That's why you got a good title. It
Okay,
says radical
but
conversation.
you know what? You know how old she is.
Facts.
But
You should be.
you want a younger woman because you know an older woman is gonna give you that work.
Yeah.
You say she's hit a wall, but yet you have other people want to get into her DMs. But she's gonna tell you where your shit stinks. So you come over here and you're trying to develop a younger woman, which is crazy to me.
I just don't understand how that turns you on. I say the same thing about what older women that do the same thing with younger men. Like, you know what's crazy though? Like, we was having a conversation about that, and somebody asked why do older women did that. Like, I could answer you from the ones that I've had conversations with. A lot of older women like being with these younger men that don't even know how to wipe their ass right, because they like the attention. It's the attention. Some of these young boys don't even make money. It's them buying them PlayStations, and that's why they stay there. But it's the attention. They know what they doing. Cougars, crib snatchers, whatever you want to call them.
Did you say crib snatchers?
Yeah, crib snatchers. Because some of these females be going with young boys as young as 13 and 14 and 15. And I'm saying here, you're like 50 years old. What attention can you? I don't want the son. I want the daddy. Fuck that. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Like, what? The son? But the daddy out here making the bread. Are you serious?
I want that good milk. I don't want that powdered milk.
The fuck? I don't got time to sit here and breastfeed another child.
Well, they are breastfeeding grown ass men.
Facts, because they choose to. Like, if we're not gonna be in a relationship 100, like if I'm not gonna have a real man next to me, for all that, then you could say, okay, the independent card for the woman comes in. Like, you see where I'm coming from? But I've been blessed that I found, to me, the right person so far. You see where I'm coming from? To other females, they be like, how you don't know? Because you got females that be like, damn, you got him on a pedestal. Well, in a relationship, it's supposed to be 100, ain't it?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not going to go half and half. No, like, if he treats me like a queen, I'm going to treat this man like a fucking king. And I don't care how you feel about it. Oh, you don't know if he's cheating. Well, listen, if he is, then he must be deleting the messages as soon as he's cheating on me, because we know each other's PIN numbers. Our emails are linked. You see where I'm coming from? Like, I be on his phone. I'm like, yo, it'll be stupid for him to cheat on me, because if I get a message in the middle of me holding his phone, I was like, listen, I get where y'all coming from. Y'all scoring, I'm not.
Wait. That's too much work to literally.
No, because females don't like that. Listen, I've had a female tell me, I'm not going to let him, go half with me on a bank account. Then he's going to try to control me. He can't have my password or my PIN number on my phone. How can you do that? Like, I'm like, well, why you with him then if you're going to be having secrets? There shouldn't be none. Point blank.
Whatsoever. But at the same damn time, why look at a person's phone, right? Knowing that you
no, we don't have to do that.
Find something that you shouldn't be finding.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't have no insecurities. I'm like, that is all that's what I'm saying. I don't even think like that. Like, at the end of the day, like, we do everything with each other. Like that's what I'm saying. Females got the tendency of saying, I put my fiance in a pedestal. As I should. If he's treating me like a queen, I should do the same thing. I should treat him as a king.
Of course.
Why not?
Of course.
Like, what the fuck?
No more,
but
and he is supposed to be treating you like a queen. No more, no less.
Exactly. So the same treatment he give me, I give him. Like, why should I not trust him? He's not giving me a reason to. The fuck?
Right.
And that's the problem with a lot of females. That's why I'm sitting here. I'm like, I get it, but I'm not scoring like a lot of y'all. You see where I'm coming from? And the hurt that I've got before, yes, like for a minute, I hated men. But I've learned as a woman, as I got older, that not all men are the same. And just because this person did something to me in my past doesn't mean that the man in my present is going to do what this person did to me. Let's make it make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, now, if I'm looking for the same type, that is not good for me, then okay, then I understand. But here's my thing. A lot of us females need to learn. If this type of man did this to me, then why am I with the same type of man again the second time? You're supposed to upgrade, not stay stuck or downgrade. That's my thing. Take the time. Like, some females end up with the same type of nigga because, I don't know, I guess they like that shit.
Or they just want to secure a bag.
I mean, yeah, in certain cases. And once again, it leads back to what I just said. They like that shit. I'm not securing no bag and I'm miserable. You see where I'm coming from?
Over.
For that, I make my own bag. That's what I'm saying. Like, this feminist shit, this feminist act got so many women divided.
Oh, do tell.
And people keep saying, oh, it has a lot to do with it. Go back. This shit goes further back. Far back. It goes farther back than our generation. That's why at one point, I don't know if you remember me hearing it. I think I said it. You was around when I said it. I don't know if this behavior that us women have is learned behavior or something that's passed down through the genes. Because I can't understand it. Like, some of us females, like, I don't know.
What I mean, again, not all females are doing this, but
no, that's why I said some.
But like a lot of, I would say, a majority of females are just getting tired of waiting for that good guy.
That's the problem. Stop looking for it. When we was young, you ever heard the old heads used to use the expression, love will come to you. You don't gotta go look for it. Looking for it is gonna get you in trouble.
Looking for love in all the wrong places.
Exactly. And that's the problem. We're looking for it. We're supposed to be focusing on bettering ourselves. And as time goes by, the right one will find us, and you're gonna know when that right one is the right one. But we're hopping into relationships. That's something that I've seen everybody do time after time.
Without doing what? Without
Research,
no.
without getting to know
Hold
the
on. I'll give
person,
you half of that. I'll give you half of that. But what is the most important thing?
getting to
You,
know that person,
huh?
getting to know that other person.
No.
No?
The the
Oh
one
wait.
the the one thing you should be focused on when you're healing,
Okay, okay.
healing
I'm
when
listening.
when you're dealing with person to person, you still have some baggage there, right?
Mm.
Because you're not over your ex yet. So when you try to get with another person, we all know to be true that that's intoxicating, and this new guy might set something off that you might remember, and then boom, your relationships
Triggers.
on the fritz. And then if you're not having sex with one another, then there's just no room for error. There should be no room for error in nowadays. And this is about to be 2025 in a minute.
And shit's gonna get
2025,
worse, they
we
say.
ain't gotten to the good stuff yet. We
Yep,
ain't
shit's gonna
gotten
get worse before it get better.
hey, I'm good where I'm at. Oh
Oh yeah,
no.
listen, like I tell people and shit. That's why I be good too. Like, look, listen. I haven't experienced a lot of the stuff that a lot of people experience. Right? I know I had a dark past, but
Mhm.
I kept myself in the sidewalk. I mean, I can't sit here and say, "Oh, I've been cheated on. I know what that feels like." No, I haven't. So I can't render what hasn't been done to me at the end of the day. So I haven't had the experience, and I don't want it. I've seen what my friends go through. You see where I'm coming from, so I'm cautious too. But I don't need to be looking like I tell people. I've been in a steady relationship again for 2 years. Before that relationship, right, I was in one for way before, but I was by myself for a while because my baby pops passed away. I don't know. I'm just that type of chick that feels like I was with him. I had kids with him. I'm going to stay by myself. If, I break up, and that's what happens. When he passed away, I stood by myself. I didn't want no man around me to bring no man around my kids. I was, in my head, I was going to stay single until my kids grew up. You see, and if I did do me, it was going to be away from my kids.
Uh-huh.
Like I wasn't going to start a relationship. Doing me and having a relationship, two different things. But
They
I
would
would
have
never
told
bring a man in my house. No, like ever. Nope.
that well, most men would say you had done the right things, but they would prefer you go with your previous baby. Well, not previous, but the next person that gotten you pregnant, which ultimately says like, first of all, that makes no sense because if you didn't have a good relationship with this person or this person, then
Mm-hmm.
why even bother staying with them? Why even bother staying with him? That does
Facts.
not make any sense because you have a baby by it. And it's like not well.
Mm-mm. But if it's not working out,
If
and that's the thing. When y'all do separate, co-parent. I mean,
keep
that's the
your
problem. A
legs
lot of
closed.
parents. I mean, yeah. I mean, some females is going to argue you down on that one, but you know, but like if you separate, the thing is co-parent. Stop worrying about what you do. What he doing, and he needs to start worrying about what you doing. But the majority of the time, right? And I
Mhm.
know a lot of women get mad when I say this. I notice that it's the women that don't let the father and the kid build a bond because they are separated. And there are women out here that do have a good co-parent relationship with the person, with their kid's father after they're separated. So I mean, it's like a yin and yang thing, real shit. It's hard to
What
talk on, but I can't sit here and lie. It's like it's a half and half.
What do you think? What do you think women should improve on? What do you think? Like, I'm trying to think.
I
What do you?
think that we shouldn't be having babies just cause. I think we should take our time. You see where I'm coming from? Make sure we ready. But people don't want to use protection. Like half these people don't think about condoms or none of that shit. They just want to go in. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Like I've had conversations with so many
Pretty
females. I'm
soon,
like,
they don't have contraceptives.
they don't want to use it. A lot of them don't. So it's like, okay, so obviously, what do you think is going to happen if you have unprotected sex? What the fuck?
Either have a kid or have a disease, whichever comes first.
Mm-hmm. So
But
that's what's really
pretty
happening with us
soon,
now too.
pretty soon, because of this my body, my choice shit, they're getting rid of all contraceptives. All. Under this man's rule, all will
Under Biden?
no, not under Biden. No, under Trump.
Oh, under Trump. Under Trump.
He doesn't want any abortions.
I mean, these females is crazy. My thing is they're fighting, and I think this whole thing was allegedly right because the women's rights things, from what I've heard a lot of, talk on panels, right, is because, it's the women's rights, the men have no say so on if a woman should have an abortion or not. And that's why I said, like, listen, if y'all sat here and laid together and had this baby, the option should be between both of y'all. I mean, if you don't believe in having an abortion, right, then you and this person that you just laid in bed with and had a baby with should try to find a way to make it work. And I'm not saying you got to be together. What I'm saying is that once this baby is born, find a way to co-parent and not get the baby involved in y'all messes. But that's too hard. That's too much to ask.
To work it out? Yeah. No.
No, I'm not saying work it out. That you don't got to be back with this person. What I'm saying is, as a parent, what you and this person go through have nothing to do with the kids. So, there's too many parents involving their kids in a lot of their shit. The
True.
kid is really the ones that are suffering when these parents can't co-parent.
True, but I would prefer, this is just me, I would prefer the original parents stick it out with the child being there. Due to the fact that, just think, would you, I'm a complete stranger. You don't want your kid nowhere near me. Understand? You wouldn't allow it. You wouldn't allow it.
No, I wouldn't agree with what you. I mean, I agree to this. I mean, I agree to a certain extent, but no, I wouldn't because I've seen people try that. Stay together because of the child, and it has ended up in domestic violence between the parents, and it's ended up either in death with either the parent or the child or one of the parents.
Where you
and
from?
one is in jail. So situations like that have ended up, real bad. It's gone left because it's like they're forcing each other to be in this relationship, right? Be in the same household, and they can't even stand each other no more. There's not even no love, but they're doing it for the kid.
Where are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
You said where I'm from? I'm from Philly.
Oh, I was going to say Jersey. I was like, well,
Nah.
I can see it. Jersey.
I'm Philly.
Philly,
That's
Philly.
second. That's number 2. Second to Jersey. It's getting like Jersey.
Okay. So
it's not the city of brotherly love no more.
You're not far from the dot. You're not far from the dot. Okay. So different story.
We was the capital before, Washington D.C. Chill.
Word. So I can see it. Okay. So, question. Let's just say you set it off real good, real nice for like a good couple years. Is there a marriage involved? Is he proposing or are you proposing?
Who?
The person that you're with, is he proposing or are you proposing?
He already proposed.
No. I'm painting a different scenario. Is he proposing or are you proposing?
I wouldn't propose. He would have to propose because I ain't proposing.
Okay. So let's just say he proposed and y'all got married. Now this is your third baby mama because he obviously gotten you pregnant. Okay. Can he discipline the children? And those are not his kids. Those are your kids because they are your kids by a previous marriage. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Would you allow him to discipline your children?
Put hands on my child? No. But talk to my kids? Yes.
That's what most people get mad at. It's like, how are you going to be in a relationship, in a marriage and everything, and I cannot be a part of anything because you won't let me discipline your children.
No, I'm gonna put an example, right? My fiance had to step in like 2 times, right? To calm my boys down because they was out of pocket and disrespectful, right? And they got mad after this because I let him actually, because listen, my son got roll, whatever the situation was outside, I couldn't calm him down. So he was all tough on me, like, he's like, yo, I'm like, calm down, the wrong one. I'm trying to get him to calm down. So he steps in, he's like, yo, watch how you talking to your mama. Da, 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 da. He went in and he had to go in hard. He's like, that's your mom. He started explaining to him. So he got even more high. He like, I don't care. You're not nobody to me. You're not my stepdad. He went in. He's like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? He was like, yo. He's like, calm down, calm down. He's like, I'm not your father. I'm not trying to replace your father, but I'm here trying to help you. He's like, I give a fuck about you. That's your mom. You're disrespected. He's like, if I was somebody else, I would have. He's trying to explain it to him. I'm like, JJ, calm down. Because it's going to lead to, you getting real hyped, trying to put your hands on him because you're mad at another situation and you're not liking what we're telling you. You see where I'm coming from? He goes again and he chalks and he's like, go ahead, do something. My baby was like, yo, I just told you to stop acting like you're tough. And he's like, you know what? Let me back down. He got madish. He's like, you gonna let him put his hand? I'm like, all he did was grab you by your shirt. He didn't hit you. He didn't, abuse you. He didn't do none of that. You're out of control right now. Well, he's not my father. He don't have no rights. He can't touch. I was like, listen, he's not trying to be your fucking dad. Now I'm mad and I'm cussing. You see where I'm coming from? We're trying to get him to understand. Yo, after like 3 weeks, he came back. He's like, Mom, I'm sorry. I was going through something. I was like, but it still doesn't give you the right to disrespect him every time that you're mad.
No.
Because he's talking to you.
To disrespect you.
Facts. I understand. He already had apologized to me, but he came back and apologized to me and him for what he did to him. See, before he apologized to him, he apologized to me. I'm the first one that when my son gets out of control, he'll apologize. I could admit that shit, but at the end of the day, like, don't burn your bridges, son, because he's here to help you. You see where I'm coming from?
That
like,
comes a long way.
Once you burn your bridges with somebody, you see where I'm coming from? You're not going to get this help from this person.
Nope.
Like, you just screamed in his face, he's not your father. So why should he go to jail behind your actions?
Scream.
Like, I show and I prove. I'm like, when you need him, he's there.
What's the lady's name? I'm not Aisha or whatever her name. What's the lady's name? Something. This is your life.
I haven't seen her. I would have to see her.
Damn it. Nah, she brings, people together, including the adults, and tries to find your center, so to speak, quote unquote. Try to get you balanced again, just like she tried to do DMX and so many others. But DMX was a real nigga. So
yeah, yo. I think I think DMX spoke a little too much, but he's not here with us anymore. So
I'm just saying, like, it's apropos. It would be apropos of me because I've done it before. It would be very, very apropos of me to do my due diligence for at least, I would give it a 30%, and at least communicate with the children that ain't mine. If I was in that stage. because I did it before when I was younger. I was in my 20s, and I did what I thought a father should do.
But when the kid is not yours, sometimes it create. That's why I'm cautious. Like when I tell people, I'm honest. Yeah, he is stepdaddy because he's taking the role of stepdaddy, and he's helped me raise these kids for the longest. But before we was friends, right? We just recently got into a relationship within the last couple years within the pandemic. You see where I'm coming from? So at the end of the day, right? He went from being godfather to being stepdaddy. That still at the end of the day doesn't mean you want to sit here and put your hands on my kid. He doesn't believe in that anyways. The crazy part about it is I don't have to argue with him about that shit. He'll sit here and he'll tell everybody. He was listen. The first time he saw me pop my son, when I grabbed the flip flop because he did something bad, I grabbed the flip flop and I popped him 3 to 4 times in his butt, yo. He's like, yo, he's gonna start hating you. I'm like, what you mean? I'm like, he's being bad. I gotta discipline his ass. He's like, no, talk to him first. He's still young. He's
You
like, get
already
to
you
him
already
first.
spoke to him.
He's like, yeah. I was like, because I was young. I was a young mom, and I was learning as I was going. So, and remember, I was like, when I was taught, you do something bad, pop the little kid if he's not listening. And I was popping. I was like, no, okay, I was doing it wrong. Mind you, after a while, after I started doing it his way, my son started talking to me more. They started opening up more with me. I was like, damn, if I wish I would have known back then that, them popping my brothers and my sisters would have, is what made them so angry and so, what they was towards my mom. I would have told my mom to not, because I wasn't the kid that I was always the good girl. I never really got my ass whooped, never got I got punished when I got, one of my friends did some shit. I was in the mix of it. I was a
Punish.
part of it. They punished. No, my mom had ways because listen, growing up,
I mean, they're different. Different strokes for
she
different
would
folks.
take it away from me. Like, listen, she would take away my books, my movies. She's like, oh, that's what everything that I like. When I was younger, I used to love reading. I had a
I
collection of
would
books and shit.
hope. Well, no disrespect,
No,
but
my
I would
mom
hope
was.
that your mom's
She would strip my room.
books
No,
will have you keep the
you tell her. Listen, I wasn't the kid that would
video
be in the
games.
streets.
Take away.
I
Fine.
wasn't the video game type. I was the book type. She took what I liked. You know how the normal kid was into movies and all that? I love collecting horror books. She took
Like.
my collections away. She would take all of them away. That's I would be in the corners reading them little books, everything. And she knew I liked that. She would take that away from me. My movies, like I wasn't a game person. I wasn't the type to be outside. I always had a book. I would be in the bathroom with a book. I would be in the corner with a book. I would be in a party. She would take me with a book. I was weird. Chill.
I'm
But
just saying.
I wasn't a nerd. I
can
wasn't a
see
nerd.
video games, phone. Well, we had cell phones back then. We
How
had
can
the
she
big
take any of
screen.
that from me if I wasn't into that? Now, my brother, she took away his games. She took away, all that other stuff. He was into that shit. I wasn't.
But
I was
yeah,
never into
I'm
that.
still tripping on is the books. Like you want your kid to be book smart, right?
I was already
So
book smart.
I'm just saying, there's just more information out there that you need to know. I mean,
And I still do shit. People be stuck. Listen,
my son's punishment would be you taking we going to the library. Take
I
away
didn't
the
go to the
books.
library. I was collecting books. Listen, I didn't like going to the library. Library was, listen, I'm antisocial, right? You see me jab here, I'm behind a screen, empty room. If this room was crowded right now, I wouldn't be right here. Even when I go to the events, I don't really talk a lot when I'm behind the camera. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, I don't know, like it's weird. But if you look up the definition of antisocial, the problem is when we're in a crowd, where we're in society. You see where I'm coming from?
Mm,
That's why it's easier for me to get behind this screen. At first, it was hard. I was camera shy. It took me a minute to get used to the laptop. But then when I realized that I was able, let me put it like this. I started yabbing more when I realized that my message was helping other females out. when I was actually helping students out when it came to like the cameras and the bullying. So when I noticed that I was good at that and it helped other people and other people enjoyed me talking about that, I was able to do this. But being in a crowd and stuff like that, it takes me a minute to warm up because I have to observe everybody in that crowd, see what they're like, get the vibes off of them because of what I went through. So it's a little different when I'm outside in public. It's hard. It's my PTSD. You're not going to like it, but it has a lot to do with that.
Would you be comfortable around 10, including you? Would you be comfortable being around 10 people on the panel?
I've been on 10 people, but I'm always quiet unless I'm asked a question.
Oh, yeah, because I did see you that one time. And
I got pissed off. I'm not into that shit. Like I told people, I'm not into that.
I had came in.
Yeah.
Somebody was screaming at you.
That whole shit went south. I'm not, listen, man. If somebody was screaming in my face like I said it, boy, I'm punching you. I don't want to hear that shit.
Hey, let me up. No, I didn't.
It wasn't my stream.
Simulcasted.
Yeah, it wasn't my stream.
Like, let me out so I can roast that bitch.
Yo, boy, listen. Everybody's like, go ahead. I was like, nope, because it's not like if I say certain shit,
let it happen.
That's why me and him, I cut him off. I'm like, this is not networking. This is not building. This is not business. You want to start bullshit. I'm like, I'm not doing scripts.
People do. I think people do that.
I'm like, that was a whole setup because you know that I don't like this person the way this person is. And my baby pops told this person before. He's like, I don't mind my fiance networking with you, but I don't want her involved in that. Before that shit happened. That's why I was shocked when he let that shit happen. And I was like, yo, drop her. Then I'm like, yo, I told you before I'm not doing this shit. I was like, this is our last live stream. He got pissed off when I said that shit. I was like, my baby pops don't like, tell your baby pops I'm going to meet. I was like, yo, what's up with you? Like, I'm just trying to tell you, I don't want to do it. Like, this is not the right way to do it. This is my channel's not for this. This lady, I'm like, this lady is stalking me, first of all, because she's mad that I hopped on a panel and I was speaking about men's rights. And she felt some type of way. She's like, yo, I'm like, I'm tired of this lady chasing me. I gave her my reply months ago. And she still, I'm like, you let it happen? I'm like, nah, we can't do business like this. I'm like, because I wouldn't do my business partner like this. I'm like, if we came to an agreement, right? You can't, like, that's not business. I'm like, you will fuck us up and put us underground if we had bread invested in this shit. You see where I'm coming from? Like, this is not how you network. This is not how you build. No, that's not roast. I'm like, this lady want to hit me because she's mad about another man. I was like, I got a fiance right here. I'm not doing that shit because that starts drama in the personal life. My baby pop said it. He's like, yo, you not. My baby pops got on a panel and tried to talk to him. He's like, oh, I'm not doing this. That's why I told him. I was like, yo, you wrong for that shit. Like, I'm not going to sit here and, how can I say it? Rub this lady's ego because she's into a man that she don't even know, but he's ignoring the shit out of her. And we're speaking about men's rights. I'm like, this lady is stalking every female that hopped on this man's panel. That's some stalking shit. I'm like, you want me to talk to this lady? I'm like, nigga, you got to be high. You got to be high out your mind.
What did he expect?
A resolution. What resolution if I'm not beefing with the lady? The lady beefing with me. There's no resolution. Once that lady disrespected me months ago, and I said fuck her, and I said, you know what, like I did the lyrical poetry, and I said, you know, this lady is just how can I say, seeking attention. I'm not paying that shit. I didn't disrespect her or nothing. I just spoke my mind. You see where I'm coming from?
After that third time, I would have let shit fly. Sorry.
You gotta realize my kids watch my channel. I still gotta hold my composure.
It's called self-defense.
Nah. You want to know why? Because if I'm gonna lead by example and I tell my kids to do exactly what I'm telling them, I'm not gonna sit here and do the complete opposite. Some battles you just gotta choose wisely. Like I said, if we had a real beef, that'll be a different problem. But I wouldn't bring my beef to social media. You see where I'm coming from? Like, that's stupid. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not into that script shit because once you start this script shit on YouTube, right? The real shit that you're trying to do, people's not gonna believe it. And I came on here with a purpose. You see where I'm coming from? To have people believing that I'm on here fighting and arguing and then being disrespectful, that's not me.
I got you.
That's being fake. It's like, for example, me and you cool today, right? We get offline and you tell me, hey Ray, let's pretend like we arguing tomorrow to, see what the crowd. I'm like, I'm gonna look at you like, you see where I'm coming from? Like, really though? I'm like, we doing good like this. Like, if you peep, right? Like I tell people, peep how certain videos of mine, I've made it up to 11,000 views, and I was being nothing but positive. I didn't have to sit here and argue with nobody on a panel or talk about my kitty cat. You see where I'm coming from? I'm being dead serious. I'm not sitting here shaking my ass or none of that. And I still got attention from 11,000 people on my panel. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, it depends on what I'm talking about. Certain times you see that I'll draw a lot of attention. Sometimes I'm in the mood and I have that passion that day and I can sit here and draw a crowd. Sometimes I'm not. You see where I'm coming from? And I'll just draw a certain amount of crowd. But I'm here to spread a message. That's what matters. When I get them DMs with the girls, telling me, that they want to get this therapy, they want to move forward, they want to let their past behind, that right there means that I'm doing something. So doing the complete opposite of that makes me a hypocrite. We could do something. We could make it somewhere being positive. We don't got to be negative all the time, and that's what certain people on this app think.
What do you think the majority of YouTubers do? They thrive off of negativity. And
some of them.
But
that don't mean I'm gonna follow a trend. You see where I'm coming from? And that's what makes me good. I'm the opposite.
You're the exact, and that's what makes you unique, because a lot of people, including myself, don't want to deal with the shit show every day. That's all it is. It's a fucking shit show at the end of the day. Just
that
like
shit gets boring after a while. Like, we're not kids anymore.
Some of it is entertaining to a certain extent.
It's entertaining when it's the roasting and you can understand a panel. I've been on panels where I've seen people or joking or comedy. I've been on them type of panels. You see where I'm coming from? And the people don't disrespect each other. Like, they just keep it on that. But there's other people on here that get mad to the point where I'm sitting here, I'm like, whoa, if y'all joking around, why did his joke, this one little joke, sit here and take it to the point where you're threatening this person? Now you want to pull up. You talking about, and that's my point. Certain people get emotional, their egos get inflamed, and I'm not going to sit here and stroke your ego.
Nope. But then you got women doing it too. And my story, it expands like, fuck it, I might as well just stand. Have you ever helped somebody before in your life to the point where you mainly felt that you were friends with this individual, and then you kind of like, both of you kind of like took it a little bit too far? Not to the point where y'all meet each other and start smashing because this individual's over here and you're over there, right? So, but then one mistake happens and then the betrayal comes. It's like the knife in the back situation. And then, of course, the doxing starts, the roasting starts, and then the tattletelling starts. It's like, holy shit. Like, I never thought this would happen to me. And then, and of course, the doxing starts, and it's like, now you want to be famous on YouTube? Talk about YouTube famous? You're really YouTube famous because this person put you up on Front Street. Have you ever had somebody like that before?
Not really, no. I didn't go through like that on social media, but I've had people get mad because of my opinion. But the doxing, I've never been doxed. I mean, there's nothing to dox. Everything's out there. Like I tell people, I'm a community activist. My info's out there. Like, So, I mean, there's nothing to dox on my half, but I've seen other people do exactly what you're doing. And that's how, those will be the trending topics lately. And that's conversations that I've heard about lately when I be on panels, like, what are our opinions when it comes to that? And like I said earlier, I mean, I think some people need to be careful what they do and what they say online. Because if
Mm,
your mouth can't match your hands, some people out here do really taking this shit serious. So if it's for you, if it's entertainment for you, just keep it entertainment. Don't take it so personal.
shit, I wish I had. I wish somebody had that same advice for me. Because apparently I had to go through the trials of fire, boy.
Oh yeah, a lot of
Trials of
people go through.
fucking fire.
That's why you
And
I be careful on panels that I hop now because I've been played on this John and I've been I've had people sit here and get mad like I said for the simple reason I've gave an opinion. Like I tell people, if you have a question, right? Like I don't understand this, and I never did. Why ask a question if you don't want the answer to it? Like, how are you mad because the reply is not what you wanted to hear? I
thank
never understood that.
thank
So
you.
people get all in their egos for nothing. Like I said, like if my opinion offends you, then you shouldn't be here. Don't even ask a question if you know the type of, answer I'm going to give. I don't know. Like it's weird.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you just subscribe in something that mainly a lot of panelists do. I mean, and of course, you ask me a question, I try and answer it. You're steadily interrupting me, so I get more annoyed, and I start, and then the cuss words flies out, and all of a sudden, it's like a whole shit. I mean, your mom, and then of course, your mama's a bitch, and it's like, okay, now I got to deal with your mama's a bitch type shit, and then I got to say, your neck look like the back of look like some hot dogs or
Oh, they
some
be
shit. And
they be
then it
testing
goes
you.
into that. And then of course, oh well, we can meet up. We can meet up. We can catch this fade. You can catch this fade. You can catch this fade. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Catch the fade. You know what catch the fade is, nigga? Simp ass nigga, moist ass nigga. And it goes to all that. And then of course, I gotta meet you where you at, and I
Listen, like
it
I
goes.
said, when social media got introduced in 2002, I'm not talking about the internet, just in case
Mhm.
people get, mistaken. I said social media got
Social.
introduced to the public in 2002, right? um, a lot of people forgot what these elders said. Be careful with your kids. Be careful with the social media. It's the devil's playground.
Yep.
And this is what it is. It's the devil's playground. You get tested on here. That's why I tell people, like, it takes a lot, but at the end of the day, man, man, listen, I do my best to stay humble on this, John. Do the old Rachel want to come out? The one that says, fuck it, I don't care. You gonna hear what I gotta say. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she want to come out sometimes, but I don't let her because at the end of the day, I come on this John and I said it from the gate. I'm going to lead by example. I'm not listen. If I'm going to make it, if I'm going to get famous or I'm going to go viral off of something, let it be because I'm doing what I came on here to do, not because somebody wanted their ego, pressed or scratched or how can I say pampered and
Mm-hmm.
they wanted some views because they wanted to make a play out of certain shit. No, like if I came on here, you gotta realize I came on here speaking about children's rights, putting cameras into schools, and that led on, from me speaking on a bullying and helping the kids out to one day me having pressure from my family, from the community to dealing with the schools and the senator and all that. I went on social media and I went and I told my story. And then I went on, like, I wasn't just speaking on my son's story, I was speaking on mine's. Never in a million years that I think I would hit 20 to 30 views, 20 to 30,000 views that one night that I just went on there lashing and cursing everybody out. You see where I'm coming from? And telling I was mad. And then on top of it, I was drinking Jack Daniels because I was pissed off. I just went on. I went on a spree, said everything, exposed my predator, said, and but like Like I said, my story helped so many girls out. I was going to delete that video until I found my DM the next day. My DM, and I had all these positive stories, all these females talking to me. I was like, oh shit, like really? And at the same process, I had backlash. I had some comments that are saying here, you deserved it. Lord knows what you did for them to do that. I'm sitting here, I'm like, you fucking serious? I almost snapped on the comments at one point till somebody was like, yo, take a break from YouTube. I took a year break, came back, and I was doing better. But yeah, social media could get you to the point where, it brings the gangster out of you.
That's why you must relapse from this. I relapsed the first time around when I was in a different sector. I was in a small little sector, the Umar sector, and all
Yeah,
the
Umar.
huh?
You said you was in the Umar. I was in what they considered I didn't even know I was in a sector. I thought I was in my own little, channel. But I was considered in the beginning the conscious community because of the way I was talking and the way I was speaking on here.
Oh, you was with the Sinetters and them.
I didn't even know I was because I didn't even watch the bull. You see where I'm coming from? Like I'm sitting here, I was like, all I'm doing is speaking about
There
kids'
ain't nothing
rights,
but one nigga that I know from Philly, and I just spoke with him a couple of days ago. So I only know one motherfucker from Philly.
Oh shit, that's Dr. Umar.
Yeah.
I just learned that he's from Philly. That's why I'm saying, like, I didn't even, I'm just learning about all this stuff here on YouTube. And I've been on YouTube. That's why I'm like, I didn't come on here for this shit. I came on here because at the end of the day,
I
one,
was to make a
I was
difference,
told,
bro.
yeah, I was told to use the platform to, make a difference. At the end of the day, like, if I wanted my work, my voice heard, and to get this done, instead of just you putting the footwork in my own community, local. They like use social media to your advantage. And that's when I came onto social media. I was like, you know what? You ain't wrong. If I want to get cameras in each and every one of these schools and I want to do it in every community, in every state, you see where I'm coming from, in every city, that's what I'm going to have to do. My voice is going to have to be heard. At first, I had a hard time, but then I got used to it.
Well, listen, I wouldn't even know how to get the views, even if I tried, unless
You got to be yourself. Just be yourself. Like I tell people, like that's why a lot of these people that are doing these
I
shit.
am myself most of the time, and people don't like it because of who I represent.
Oh, it's Dr. Umar. Man, listen, man. People are you're gonna have ups and downs at the end of the
Not,
day.
not only that,
Oh
that
shit.
I pander to women a lot. That quote unquote pander to women a lot.
Oh shit. I mean,
So
you got your own point of view. But a lot of people are starting to use like the verticals, just the YouTube regular lives just to talk, right? And they use the StreamYard and they use the portrait mode to go onto the list to get out of whatever sector they're in. I mean, it's worked for me. Like I tell people, it works. So
I mean, let's just say
because when you're
I'm a
part of one
4-year-old,
sector.
right? I don't know what I'm doing. How can I get what is an algorithm and what does it do? Or am I using the right one? It's
It's
the
called
algorithm.
algorithm.
Is it the algorithm or is the view? I don't even know. Well, just explain how the algorithm works.
The algorithm is crazy, but that's why I say it. Like, in order for you to get out this sector, because like you say, you're in the Umar sector, right? And that's where you was, and that's where you're going to continue to be until you start, using. Like I said, a lot of people are starting to use the vertical. When they go to StreamYard, they'll go to the settings and they'll use the portrait, right? And it'll take you to like the short lives, the regular lives, and which means that now you're being viewed from different people in different sectors. Wait, did he drop off?
Run that by me again.
I lost you.
So,
All right.
if
When you're using the
trend,
vertical and stuff like that, you're using the regular YouTube lives, right? So basically, people could scroll up and down. Now, people from different sectors are able to view your live, right? That's when you go on the regular YouTube. Now, if you use the StreamYard, you can go into portrait, which would make it be like if which would have you using which will have you on a regular live, which is StreamYard, like regular live like this, but it'll also add another live on the regular YouTube, like if you was on the vertical. You see where I'm coming from? Which
Okay.
people could stroll up and down. Now on the StreamYard, you're being viewed by people from different sectors. You're not just stuck on the one sector that you're in. And YouTube really wants people to do that. It's one way to network and build.
Well, shit. I had to get out that. I had to get out that sector because there was no developing. There was no development at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could still be talking what you're talking about. You're gonna find like-minded people like that. I mean, you're gonna have trolls in the beginning for the first couple of months. Trust me, when you do that
A
vertical, or
lot
you,
of trolls, a
huh?
lot of trolls, but not so much anymore. Not so much.
Yeah,
Every now and again, I get a troll. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna open up the school? It's like you ain't going there, motherfucker. So it wasn't. That doesn't make. But now it's like you're steadily growing, and plus I'm getting attention from people from overseas now.
yeah.
Uh, I'm mostly British people. British people come on my channel now. It's quite crazy, quite crazy indeed.
But I suggest, like, whenever you get a chance, like, I don't, because I know you're paying for the restream, right? Or you using the, I don't know how you're doing it, but
I'm using the free mode until it
yeah.
comes out.
Well, StreamYard got the free mode too, but when you got
It,
the little
it's
hours,
they
you got
the
hours. You got a certain amount of
company bought
hours.
them. Some company had bought them, and so this is the reason why they're so high.
No, but what I'm saying is go in between both apps. Like at times use your little StreamYard and use the free mode and use the portrait, and you'll end up on a vertical on YouTube. That's what I'm trying to say. You want to get out this sector and you want to get, different sectors into different sectors. Yeah, you're going to have to do that because that's what I had to do. Because for some reason, for a minute, because I was following Kwame Brown, right? And
Oh,
for a minute, the basketball player, Kwame Brown.
yeah, I know who he is.
And for a minute, I got stuck in his sector and I couldn't get out of it. And the people in the KB sector consider themselves a beef sector. So, I mean, listen, I don't know why and I don't know how when the man started off with something positive, but I guess. But anyways, but it was
You're not
harder for me to get out that
part
sector.
of the B sector, are you?
No, I'm not part of no B sector.
Thank
That's why I
God.
said when I first started, I was part of the conscious, allegedly the conscious community because I was speaking about the kids' rights and all that stuff, you know. And I would, from time to time ask questions about, do videos and stuff about, is God real? Do we live in a simulation? Ask questions because I was curious. So I got put into something called the conscious community. But I didn't even know that I was in a sector until like 2 years ago. I was like, wait. I'm not a part of no sector. Everybody like, yes, you are, because you're here. You're watching this channel. I'm
So
like,
you
no, the
know
fuck I'm not.
James Smalls and all that.
No, not really.
Not really. You don't know
See,
red
I
pill,
met
blue pill.
I met Kwame Brown because of Tasha K. I was on Tasha K. I was watching Tasha K. I went on one of her lives one day.
Oh.
I was pregnant when I started watching Tasha K. Chill. I was pregnant, bored. I couldn't do nothing. They had me on bed rest a lot. So Tasha K was my entertainment. Her lovely tea. chill. I got hooked with the little celebrity gossip for a while, right? But I met KB through her because she did an interview with him. And I started following him because everything that he was saying was like, he's doing a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to get done over here. Because at the time I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm trying to get this community center up and, trying to get a community center up. I'm trying to get programs, trying to get people together, right? And get these kids off the corners and much more.
Mm-hmm.
And he was bringing in the coding and the trading and bringing awareness to it a lot. So I'm sitting here, I was like, damn, I started watching him. But little did I know that a year within watching him, a lot of stuff with the smoke, a lot of stuff with the beef started coming out. And I'm sitting here like, wait, why is people talking about a beef sector? drama, bullshit. I'm like, I thought this was supposed to be positive.
Sector, black sector.
I mean, this shit was crazy. I'm sitting here, I'm
That's
like,
why I have the lock sector.
I think he was beefing with somebody called Tommy Sotomayor. I don't even know who the fuck the bull is.
You don't know
Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, I hear about him, but I've never watched him.
Sotomayor.
Yo,
Everybody knows who Tommy Sotomayor
I didn't
is.
know who the hell he was until I saw that beef with them too.
Everybody knows.
I didn't know who he was.
Yo, let me the craziest thing. I used to watch Tommy a lot back then.
I didn't. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't even know that a beef sector existed until 2 years ago.
Oh, it exists.
Like, you see where I'm coming from? That's why I'm like, how did I get here?
Come on, camera real quick.
Huh?
Come on, camera real quick. Come on. It exists.
He said it.
And if you don't believe me,
I've never been into the beef
shit
sector.
of mine.
That's why
that will tell you about the beef sector.
Everybody keeps talking about this beef sector, but I'm like, I don't know what the.
I will tell you. Okay. Imagine you, a female, fighting with another female, who thinks a male who thinks he's a female.
Oh man, I ain't doing that shit. You got me fucked up.
Okay. All right. So that's your beef sector right there.
No, I ain't got time for
that. A female that's fighting with a female, arguing with a female, and two niggas that come up on there acting like females that think they are females. So
you know what I do when I run into panels like that? I leave. I don't like that. Like, it's too much arguing. Like, I be telling people, listen, I've been on positive panels. I've been on positive panels and fights have broke out on the panel. I'll be back. I'll leave. Right? But hour or two, they still live. I'm like, okay, shit, calm down. I'm like, damn, by time. I never understood the whole point of sitting here and arguing on a panel for what? What you getting out of this? If anything, shit, meet me in the ring. I ain't arguing with you. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Yo, we just had with a brother DJ Hamp just hosted a boxing matches between YouTubers, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Now, I would definitely have to say that was smart because motherfuckers don't fight no more.
No,
and then they take it. So he took it to that extent, which I salute my man for doing that, because nobody's sending nobody to the morgue. That's number one. Number two, it's safe, and after a while, you get knocked out, wake up, y'all have drinks, y'all laugh about the shit. That's good though. That's actually good versus,
that's how it should be.
Yo, come catch this thing. I got the Drago. Nigga pulling out the Drago, and next thing
you heard the programs that they got out there. I know Philly got one of them. I mean, got like one or two programs like that. It's called "Pick Up the Gloves, Put the Guns Down."
Yeah, man.
I mean, it needs to be like this.
You got some idiotic fool out there that don't believe that ex-gang members don't help out the community. Like, what are you thinking? It's like,
because you got to realize the gangs from back then are not the same as the gangs from now. And it's like my baby pop says, right? The men from now are different from the men from back then. He says we're built from a different cloth. He's like the men from now are built from shit paper, while we build from. I'm cracking the fuck up when he says that shit. But I get it. I understand where he's coming from too. Like,
wasn't Tiki Williams a Crip?
Who?
Tiki Williams that served life in prison, I think. Wasn't he a Crip? Wasn't a fucking
I would have to talk to
Kendrick
him.
Lamar. Kendrick Lamar is a blood, right?
He's one of the two. It depends the color that he wears. I forgot. I can't wait.
I forgot there are different color reds.
Yeah.
There are different colors.
Is Kendrick Lamar a Crip?
No, he's a blood. He's a blood. Snoop is a Crip. Snoop is a Crip. Kendrick Lamar is a blood. Like the game, he claims those colors. He claims color red. Like
Okay, see, he's not. He didn't grow up. And see, he's affiliated, but he didn't grow up in the gang. Is he's affiliated with the Crips, but he's not a part of it.
Kendrick
It's
is affiliated with the Crips.
yeah. See, he grew up
I'm
in
gonna
a
have to see
primary
with a
Crip
whole bunch
controlled
of
neighborhood
different.
known as Santana Black. He's not a part of it. He's affiliated with them. There's a big difference.
I mean, either way, I just seen him. I just seen him more than a couple occasions in red, which
Yeah.
doesn't make no
Crips.
difference to me. But he had a whole bunch of niggas up on stage one time, Bloods and Crips. He had all of them. I'm dead serious.
But they used to. I mean, they say that the gangs back then used to give. I mean, the rules were different back then.
Yeah,
Like,
rules were way different back then.
and now it's just like I
Like
don't know.
the
I mean,
grandmother
it's like back then.
is
If you was,
walking down the street.
it's like, listen, no offense to nobody. I don't, I don't want to offend nobody. But it's like my baby pops really, had to sit down and talk to me, and I had to sit here and I had to think about it. I was like, because now you got men that are hopping on rainbows, right? Talking about they're in the corner, busting caps, wearing bandanas. They're part of a gang, and I'm like, I thought that wasn't allowed. I thought in the mafia they wouldn't even let that because you hear people talking about, oh, I'm from the, I'm part of this or I'm part of that. I'm like, but I thought that was against the laws back then or the rules. My baby papa sat me down. He's like, listen, if a man back then was hopping on rainbows, it wasn't known. I was like, why? Because it wasn't accepted. So I was like, oh shit. He's like the same thing with the mafia and the cartel. It wasn't
You have
accepted.
to get. You have to get. Imagine you have to get fucked in to get to.
I mean, they had people that would do things like that, they say. The workers, for certain jobs.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
I'm talking about the cartel, the mafia.
Oh,
See, they had people that did the jobs like
no,
that.
no.
They paid to get them jobs done. If there was, let me put it like this. If they knew who my abuser was, which is still walking free in the
Yeah,
streets
yeah,
because
yeah,
my
yeah,
mom made
yeah.
a
No,
mistake,
no.
they would sit here and hire somebody to do to him what he did to me. But they
Right.
wouldn't do it themselves.
10 times worse. Yes, I
That's
know.
what I'm saying. I didn't even know that until my baby pop sat me down. He's like, let me sit you down and let me give you a little history. He's like, yo,
We were
class session that day.
scared.
I was cracking up.
When we first looked at that shit, I'm like, is this shit for real or is it fake? And then it showed the real shit on there. Showed the real shit. Speaking in their native language with big ass machetes carving out. But we saw my father-in-law saw the unthinkable, and that was like these motherfuckers do not play. They don't give a damn if you're a male or a female. If you get caught doing the wrong shit, that's your ass.
Facts. It's like, what's crazy? Like, people don't even know what gangs are no more, right? Because I was a little curious. I asked one day, I was like, do we got gangs in Philly, right? We do got Crips, we do got, but they're not really seen like that, right? And they're not really known. So I was like, wait, what you mean by that? Well, they're not out there like that. So he's like, basically in Philadelphia is more crews. You see where I'm coming from? I'm like, what you mean by crews? Like, little groups of kids that do this and do that, and they consider themselves gangs. He's like, the gangs? My big pop sat me down. He's like, they're really in New York. He sat there. I'm like, Chicago. He's like, gangs, yeah. But he's like, these gangs out here in America ain't shit compared to the gangs out there. I'm like, what you mean? He's like, Mexico, Cuba, all them places. The gangs are different from over here. I was like, damn. I was like, so you telling me that if the gangs from over there got at war with the gangs over here, the gangs over here would have to prep themselves, to go to war with them? Because they willing to lose their life for their king.
Yep.
We not. We think we're the kings. Like, and queens, like, you don't understand. I'm saying, I understood him. That's why I'm saying here. I'm like, yo, we need to get our shit together. Because motherfuckers in Philly think they gangs, they this. I'm like, but if the original gangs are only this in Philly, right? Why is it that everybody calls himself a gang then? I'm like, then we got to do our research. We got to teach our kids because I'm out here. These kids out here saying and doing things they don't even know what the hell they talking about.
And wearing their color rags on the wrong side.
This shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm just learning because I'm not from the streets.
Blue is from the left side. Red is for the right side. But I normally, like Lil Wayne, often see him wearing the red flag on the.
But if people do their research, you know what came first? Republicans. Then the Democrats came afterwards, the donkey and the elephant. It was Republicans. Then it became the Democrat. Then it became split into the Democrat Party, the two parties, the donkey and the elephant. That's why I'm like, you got to go back. Like Democrats didn't exist at first. First, it used to be a Republican Party.
They said we.
It came way after.
Of course, everybody voted Republican and then or Democrat, and then they've been doing that for 93 years, decades, decades and decades, and haven't gotten a mother freaking thing. Nothing.
That's because we're still repeating the same shit. We're not
Wash, rinse, repeat.
We're not breaking the chains of society. I heard this quote a couple years back, and I've been repeating it to people. They're like, that ain't gonna happen. I'm like, that's the problem. Y'all still stuck in the chain. Y'all can't break it. We're supposed to break the chains of society and be who we're really meant to be. But we're not doing it. I mean, Malcolm X didn't just sit here and sacrifice himself for nothing. But I mean, not just him. All the other ones before him. All the other ones that did the same thing he did. Martin Luther King. I mean, we can just keep going. Everybody keeps saying, oh, I'm doing this in honor of my ancestors. Well, then they got to be rolling in circles in their grave. Because at the end of the day, they left a message behind and we're playing around with it. We're not taking heed to what they left behind. We're not listening. We're not paying attention. Because what we're supposed to be doing is right there, is in our faces. But I'm crazy. Or they say because I'm Puerto Rican, I'm not black enough and I don't know what I'm saying. That's the one that gets me to laugh. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I got you. But if you only knew that my roots were all black, all of them. My roots run deep, not just in Puerto Rico. They run in Philadelphia too, in New York. Want me to keep, I'm a Taino. That's why I laugh. I'm like, yo, I got African, Haitian, and Jamaican blood. Yeah, the Spaniards are in there, but I don't claim that side. Listen, I know what they did to my ancestors.
Who are Samoans? Do you know?
Samoans, that's Hawaii.
So they're
wait. Samoans like the sumo wrestlers, or Samoans like?
I mean, let me just start here. I mean,
because The Rock is Samoan.
Of course,
Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
He's Samoan. Roman Reigns is Samoan.
Yeah, they're all a family.
The Usos are Samoan. All of them are Samoan.
They're a family.
They're all
in Hawaii,
family.
But they come from Hawaii.
And they come from Hawaii. So you have Samoans and nothing but Samoan niggas.
Yeah, you know the movie Lilo and Stitch and all that.
And of course
Moana, whatever her name is, Moana.
Yeah,
the Disney movie that came out.
He's in it too. Good Lord Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So you got this version, and then you got this version, and yet we're arguing why.
No, like I ain't fighting.
I just look. If I had my way, I'd just purchase a small island and get all my African queens pregnant.
They dead.
Listen.
He said, I'm building my own community.
I say that in kiddiness, but you got so much of a split split society. You got Adolfs, you got your FMA, FBAs, and they're fighting amongst each other. Why? For bragging rights, of course. Of course, you got the I'm a Pan African myself, but you got Pan Africans. We love everyone. We love everyone from the rooter to the tutor. So the only thing we don't. When it comes to white folks, I can't stand them, but I have to learn to separate myself from the hatred within, because we already know what we've been through. We our ancestors been through, right?
Yeah.
So we try to separate that and say, listen, this is not about me hating white people, because I don't hate white people. This is for me, myself, and tens of millions of American Africans across the globe, whether you come from this country or that country or any other country. That's why people keep asking me, what's a Pan African? A Pan African is someone who's global, across the board. Where you're African American, American African, if you're Jamaican, Haitian, all Britain people. You got black people in Britain, black people in China. I don't know why, but you got black people everywhere, right? Everywhere.
You got black people in China because you got to realize, the Indians. I mean, their ancestors are Indian too. I mean, native too. So, it's hard to explain. It's hard.
No,
It's hard. It's like in Mexico too. They got all they got black Mexicans, and people don't believe that. They're like, "What you mean?" No, not a black person got together with a black Mexican and had a black Mexican baby. Mexico literally got black Mexicans. They're like, that's bull. That's why I'm laughing. I'm like,
it's kind of funny,
it has a lot to do with our
If Donald Trump wins, all the Mexicans gonna take y'all motherfuckers over. I was like, no. It's like first and fucking foremost, Donald Trump hates Mexicans and black folks. So let's not.
Well, you said Mexicans and white folks.
Black folks.
Oh.
He likes the rich ones though.
I always thought that Donald Trump just saw money. If it's green,
he's a capitalist. He's a capitalist.
Yeah, like
he likes money. He likes green. Everybody else, he's like just throw shit in their face. Like literally, he would do that to me. He would do that to me. He would do that to you. But if we had like millions and millions of dollars and we were invested in something, he will actually seriously help. He will actually seriously help put our shit off the ground. Literally, seriously.
I mean, he's a businessman. That's I mean, but that's obvious. But we'll see what happens. Like I said, because I don't know. I can't judge.
Farther out there, but I'm gonna let you go.
Huh?
I said that's taking it far out there. What you said that he's a businessman.
He is.
It's kind of far out there, but
he says kind of far out there. I mean, I grew up just knowing him as a businessman, so it's kind of like I don't know. He was a businessman / celebrity. I'll never forget him on "You're Fired." That's when I really started knowing about Trump.
Yes.
No, he came on. Remember, he took over WWE for a couple months and did the same thing, shaved Vince McMahon's head and everything. Listen, this happened back in 2016, so.
Oh Lord Jesus!
That's what I'm saying. Like, how if in 2016 he was just out in the wrestling ring shaving McMahon's head? You're telling me that a few years later he becomes president? I mean, I'm lost.
this world's a trick bag. Is that one? I mean, I'm just gonna say this: you have presidents who were ex-actors. So,
I mean, they say Kamala went her way up the ladder. She was with a whole lot of TV.
Montel Williams.
Yep. So it's kind of like they all got their dirty little secrets.
Mrs. Yeah.
I mean, allegedly, Trump right now is supposed to be a felon, but he's about to become the president of the United States. I said allegedly.
So let me get this straight. So you've been with a whole bunch of white people, white women, middle age, anywhere from young to middle age, whatever. And all of a sudden you have 31 counts of whatever.
Mm.
Right.
Shit is crazy.
Ma'am, I was born at night, not last night. I know how this shit goes. Right? Just like when they wanted to pin the Capitol on Donald, which I don't, doesn't matter to me anyway. It doesn't matter to me. He blew the freaking whistle on the whistle. They didn't like that shit.
That's one thing I can say for sure. For sure, he has exposed so much shit. No wonder they want to keep trying.
So much.
And what's crazy is, right? We've been warned. Like, listen, no matter what, right? Like people say he's a racist. People say so many things about him. Me, I don't know the man personally, right? I hope that he does what he's got to do as a president. You see where I'm coming from? Like, uh, they say, Rachel, remember back when he ran for president the first time? What happened? I mean,
he came. I actually had to give him credit because he did come down after the shooting of Mandalay Bay. Because
I mean, they had 3 assassination attempts against this man in this year alone. I think there was a third one, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna look it up. It was just 2.
the one where he was speaking in,
because I know I did 2 reactions to the first one and the
the other
second one.
he was on the golf course, and some fool hid in the bushes somewhere. I don't know.
They arrested the bull. I know I did the reaction to that.
But this one, the last time he was president, he had came down to UMC here in Vegas because of the thing that happened about almost 10 years ago. The thing that happened in Mandalay Bay was somebody, just normal person, started firing up the AR and started shooting at a crowd full of white folks that was hosting a music country concert. Mind you, I'm an Uber driver at the time.
Oh shit.
I had just left. Now, mind you, if I would have stayed there, I would have gotten shot. Because this dude, he was on the 32nd floor, cracked the window, and just started spraying.
Yo.
Literally spraying.
That was towards Trump?
Huh? That
was
on
for Trump?
It was on Trump's watch.
Oh, wow.
That was on Trump's watch. Freaking, where everybody went down to UMC donating blood and stuff, and he came down there, started shaking hands.
That's crazy.
I had to give him credit for that.
I mean, like when he came to Philly, I could sit here and say Trump spoke to people in the communities. Kamala didn't. Like, yo, I was mad when they told me I couldn't be recording her events here in Philly. I'm sitting here like, y'all serious? I was like, why? I could record on Trump's events. He ain't say no.
So you mean to tell
they wouldn't let nobody go around Kamala
up in arms because Kamala is a phony.
They wouldn't let us pull out cameras. They was like, unless you're up, I'm like, I come to these events all the time. Y'all came looking for me because y'all wanted me to vote for Kamala. Because normally I'm a Democrat, right? So I mean, because the people that I vote for here, as the mayor, the governor, I vote for Boyle because it has to do with the schools and stuff. I voted for Cheryl Parker. She's doing her thing. I have to be a Democrat, right? I mean, I don't know. So far, the people that I voted for have been in a Democrat, so they consider me a Democrat. Because the stuff they're like, "Are you a part of the Democrat Party or the Republican?" I'm like, I want to be independent, but a lot of the people, huh?
Have you voted all the way down?
What you mean?
Have you voted all the way down democratically?
Some people have been Republican. That's the problem.
Okay, so you didn't vote all the way. Okay.
So it's like I don't consider myself a part of either party. I consider myself voting because of the policy that they have. So I mean, it's crazy. I mean, a lot of people right now they vote because of who they like. No, I'm looking at the policies. So far, Boyle has been consistent here in Philly, right? When it comes to the things that have to do with the schools and much more, right? Cheryl Parker has been doing her thing. She became mayor this year. I was like, at first I was a little, I'm like, will she do it? Because every mayor in Philly hasn't done what they said. But she came in this joint with action.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, she's been doing what she's got to do. So it's like, so far the people I voted for have been good. I'm like, but it's between both parties. So at the end of the day, it's like I tell people, I don't see red, I don't see blue. If they policy good, that's who I'm going for. Like every other person that I've seen run against them, right? Their policy ain't they trying to do the same shit as Kamala. And that's not what I'm for. But I don't see that on the Republican side. It's the crazy part. I do see it a lot on the Democrat side, trying to get the kids sex changed and all that other stuff that they trying to. I'm against all that. Why would I even vote for you as a mayor, as a governor, or as a senator? I'm against that. So
they've always been.
I keep telling people, look at the policies, look at their policies, and then what people fail to realize is right.
Capitalist society with no parts of the LGBTQ HIV community.
But see, here's my thing. You know how you see the polls full when it's time to go vote for the president? Pay attention when it's time to vote for them legislators in the Supreme Court. You don't see nobody in them polls voting, maybe 10, 15, 20 people. And the problem is, right, when when they don't have enough votes for them, they automatically put somebody into office. That's the crazy part. I've noticed that. Like I vote every 2 years. I vote every 2 years for the senators in the Supreme Court, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's every 4 years for the presidential election. That's why I'm like, people don't even notice that part.
Now there's about to be 2
for the presidential election.
Only 2 years.
Oh, so they're gonna put them together? It's gonna be all the votes together.
I don't know what they're gonna do this year.
But
I do know one thing. They still got. When is the inauguration?
January something.
Okay, let's just say it's January 25th. They got today is the 25th. They have until a month and some change to figure some shit out.
I mean, you seen that? I sent you one of the videos I sent you in that back chat is Pink Book Lessons, right? And she's showing us the war that the revenge that Biden is seeking out on the before Trump gets into office.
Wait.
I was geeked.
Revenge.
I was like, yo, Biden? That's what they call it.
Biden.
That's why I said check the video out.
That motherfucker couldn't even read a prompter right. Talking about revenge.
Everybody's talking about Biden's freaking wars on TikTok. Is on Instagram right now. I was geeking. I'm sitting here. I was like, yo, this shit's been being talked about for like a week already. Everybody's talking about Biden got a revenge on everybody. I'm sitting here like, what?
Standing U.S. involving the war in Ukraine. Biden now going to allow Ukrainian forces to use long-range U.S. weapons inside of Russia for the very first time. CNN's Kevin Liptak is traveling with the president in Brazil. Kevin, what more are you learning?
They're saying Biden.
Yeah, this is a major change in American policy, and it comes at a critical point in the war in Ukraine as Russian forces mass in the city and around the city of Kursk as they prepare for an offensive there, and as North Korea has sent thousands of its troops to fight alongside Russia in that conflict. President Biden making this decision to allow Ukraine to fire the American ATACMS missiles inside Russia for the first time. And this had been the subject of a long-running debate inside the American government about the wisdom of allowing Ukraine this new capability. There were officials who were concerned about the risk of escalation in this war. That's something that President Biden has been concerned about throughout the conflict. You also heard officials worry about the stockpiles of ATACMS. These are not resources in endless supply. At the end of the day, the addition of the North Korean troops to this conflict certainly has created a new sense of concern in Washington about where this war could be headed.
We all know where this is headed. Biden, Harris, and all the crazies around them are choosing to escalate this war despite the American people overwhelmingly saying we don't want this. We've been saying this over and over. We don't want to keep funding these wars outside of the country, period. Stop giving all of our money to these other countries that you later have no account of, billions and billions of dollars sent to these people, and they admitted they don't even know where all the money went.
To win this one.
The American people also said stop providing weapons to all these other countries and carrying out these proxy wars. We have enough problems in the U.S. This is what we told the Biden-Harris mafia, and they're not listening. No, instead, they're trying to get revenge on everybody. I'll touch on that in a moment. But I want to remind you that Zelensky, he's been begging for permission to use these long-range missiles. And a few months ago, Putin warned the U.S. once again that if Biden gave Zelensky the permission to use those weapons on Russia, then that will be the U.S. declaring direct war with Russia.
Если это решение будет принято, это будет означать не что иное, как прямое участие стран НАТО, Соединенных Штатов, европейских стран в войне на Украине.
The Biden-Harris administration is inching closer and closer to pushing the U.S. and the world into World War III. Just a couple of months ago, in the middle of campaign season, Biden was still taking his vacation as he rebelled silently against Nancy Pelosi and the establishment for kicking him out of the presidential election. At that time, the City Girl President Kamala Harris met with Ukraine's Zelensky, where she pushed the same Biden.
First and foremost, it's not going to happen because Trump's going to go over there and make whoopee with his
he said whoopee
buddy over there.
Dead.
he is. They're gonna
No,
try
I'm laughing the way you said it. That was funny the way you said it. I know what you're saying. It's just you said it in a comical way. I'm sorry.
Try.
I'm like a kid. If you say something funny, I'm gonna laugh. I'm sorry.
That is his bosom buddy. He was like, hey, man, how you doing, man? How you doing?
Yo, only we unlock nation. Yo,
I'm just saying. If he could do that to Kim Jong,
yep.
If he could do that to Kim Jong and stroke his, anyway.
I've been hearing stories about what he did to the Taliban. I'm talking about Trump. Like, yo, that shit is crazy. I didn't actually hear it, but I heard the stories about their conversation and a little bit of the audio that they
had
put
a
out.
good time drinking and partying and shit.
I'm sitting here, I was like, oh snap. And look at Biden. He's trying to sit here and stir up some trouble on a mince they made years ago. I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, you really gonna break up this truce, huh? This is crazy.
Biden ready.
It is.
To continue aiding Ukraine in their war with Russia. During a press conference immediately after that Harris and Zelensky meeting, VP Harris said Donald Trump's pledge to end the war and mediate a deal between both Ukraine and Russia was, quote, a plan to surrender. She promised to continue the war and further escalate. The VP delivered her carefully written message before running out the room, refusing to answer any questions.
All right, as promised, we want to get you back to the White House, where you see Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky now side by side with Vice President Harris. Let's listen.
The people of Ukraine is unwavering. I've been proud to stand with Ukraine. I will continue to stand with Ukraine, and I will work to ensure Ukraine prevails in this war.
We need to urgently strengthen Ukraine's air defense to save thousands of lives and reduce Russian terror to zero. It's achievable. Thank you again. Thanks, America. Thanks to you, Madam Vice President. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you.
President Zelensky.
Here, we're going to go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Any comment on Eric Adams, Vice President?
Stop asking research. They don't stop shit.
I'm sitting here like, instead of stopping the war, you trying to make the war worse. I'm sitting here like, this lady is crazy. So is Biden.
Yes, he ain't gonna fucking do anything. Like I said, the motherfucker can't even read the teleprompter right. It's common hears to me that you can't even get the words out. He's done. And of course, they wanted him to step down for her so she can run for the presidency. She can run for the rest of the presidency.
They would have had a better chance if they would have put Michelle. I'm sorry to say it. Listen, but it's the truth. I looked at this, I was like, y'all put Kamala? Y'all know if y'all wanted to win, y'all should have put Michelle Obama there, right?
Both of them some freaking trick bags.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, if they really wanted that win, we know all the women would have went running. Michelle.
This motherfucker is a trick bag too. If you wish that this man, this orange man right here, yes, that orange man right there. Sit down, Bo. This orange man, you vote for him, and you have a problem with the person they elect because she's a woman. I have a problem with it because we are men. And men stand for something. Because when I was the president of the United States of America.
I'm talking about Biden.
A long time ago, I was your president for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. That's 2 terms. And you say you think you're going to stay home and sit this one out? That's not smart, black people. Now, John Henry Clark and Dr.
Only, yo, he sounds just like Shitty Beans. That's what the kids be calling him. They're like, oh, Biden, that's the president that pooped his pants and had toilet paper on his shoes. I was cracking. I was like, these kids is really roasting Biden.
On his shoes.
Yo, I'm saying, I'm like, these kids don't miss a thing. Don't get a kid to lie. Yo, they had these kids roasting Biden on TikTok, and I was geeking. I'm sitting here. No.
The toilet paper.
No, the funny part was the parents that uploaded the videos of the kids roasting freaking Biden. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm done. I can't. The kids are funnier than the adults when they roasted somebody, I swear.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, but I'm about to get down on We Don't Like Nation. It's 3 a.m. I ain't even realized that.
Oh, I forgot you're freaking Philly. That's right. Duh. It's kind of like, I'm thinking you're over here on the West Coast.
What time is it over there?
12:14.
In the morning?
In the morning.
Oh, snap.
Let's see.
Because I seen your live said 11 o'clock, and I said, "All right." I'm like, I did at 11 o'clock over here.
Yeah, but now that I know how to, work this
I was
thing properly.
wondering why your Instagram said 8 o'clock. I was like, wait, he said
Yeah,
8 on
because you
yours.
know why? Because I'm thinking the whole Formula One thing was over with, which it really ain't. Because the routes to work are vaguely different to getting to work. So therefore, let's just say they drop us off at a certain point. We can't do that anymore for a whole week.
No. What I'm saying is that I wouldn't have noticed that your 8 o'clock was my 11 o'clock if I wouldn't have looked at
Oh, you
your
talking about
YouTube.
that? Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's why I was like, I was wondering why he said. I'm like 8 o'clock. I'm
Well,
looking.
because I was trying to because I forgot I get out at 7 o'clock. I get out at 7 o'clock in the afternoon.
No, because I didn't notice until I got on at 8 o'clock. I was like, he said 8 o'clock, but the live says 11 p.m. I was like, and my baby pa's like, where he? I'm like, I don't know. He's not from Philly though. I forgot he was from out there. I was like, yo, damn, yeah, the hours. Cause like in Cali too. Cali got like a 5-6 hour difference from us too.
Tell him I said what's up.
Yo, because I really got on. I was like, damn, now I gotta set the alarm clock for 11 o'clock. I was like, damn, because the John beat. I was like, all right, let me check. Like he's not live.
Nah, that my bad. That was my well. That was this restream bullshit. But I promise to get this shit. I get this shit ready beforehand. But I had just walked in the door, so just walked in the door and just
We all have to
ran
get
to the.
used to. We all have to get used to the different time zones too.
Yeah.
A lot of people I notice.
You go online anyway, like 6 o'clock in the morning. I see this woman's like she's on 6 o'clock in the morning.
Usually on the weekends, yeah, I started doing it. I was like, you know what? Because I could put the hours in on the weekends. On the weekdays, I can't. I don't even schedule lives on the weekdays because at the end of the day, I can't make that promise.
Well, do what you do, and you growing tremendously. So
Yeah, what I can't do on the weekday, I'll do it on the weekend. Shit, my kids be asleep. I got all the time. I'll be, sleeping during the day because, like I said, I can't do shit when I'm supposed to be relaxing and not working and not doing nothing. I'm unemployed because I got into this accident. I've been taking these needles for the past couple months, so it'd be like they give me the injections on my neck so I can move my arms. If not, I can't move it.
Damn.
Basically, it's nothing but steroids they're injecting into my bone.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know.
So, I mean, the first 2-3 days when I get them Jones, I be in pain. I was like, all this did was just amplify the pain for the first 3 days. But then I'll be good unless I make the wrong move.
You'll be. You be okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that shit. I got 5 herniated discs. I'll take the needle over the surgery.
Ouch.
Yeah, the surgery ain't no joke. I got 2 herniated discs on the top, the main disc, the one all the way in the top, and a second one, right? Then I got 3 at the bottom.
Can
I
you
got
still
5
walk?
herniated. Yeah, my legs numb from time to time, but I could walk. I could do everything normal.
You're gonna have to give you one of them cyberpunk
Nah.
deals. You know what I'm saying?
When he explained that surgery to fix the herniated disc and stuff like that, I was like, I'm good. I'll take the risk with the needle. The needle wasn't bad anyways. It helps me move. I could do, the same thing I do every day. I ain't got to be in the bed trying to heal for so long. And it's not a risk of me losing my life on the table. So, and I know what's in it. So they said steroids. I mean, I can see that my neck getting fatter, so I believe the steroids. I'm like, the only thing getting fat is my neck.
Is it really steroids? Is it really steroids? It's all
Yeah. No, yeah.
but
No, that doctor
I'm
was
sure
really
you have
cool.
doctors that you can trust.
No, he showed me the little bottle. He's like, "This is what's going into this little needle thingy right here." He read
Nigga,
everything.
that ain't no little ass bottle.
No, it's a little this little bottles that they put. It's like a little concussion that they make, I guess, right there. They put that joint right there. It's nothing but steroids they inject into your neck. So I like when doctors show you what the heck they giving you. Like there's certain doctors that won't let you see what. No. And at first I was scared. I was like, it's gonna be a big needle. It's nothing but like little needles that are going into here, a little cut. They insert something in there, and they just put the liquid into there. And your neck be swollen though for a couple of days, but it helps.
I'm good with a couple of Advil.
See, but Advil don't help. The one thing I can sit here and tell you is it helps me move, but it doesn't take the pain all the way away. I still got to deal with the regular pain day to day, and I refuse to take the opioids. I got the option, but I don't want to.
So they're giving you opioids?
No, they're not, because I don't want to. I just take the needle. That's it. As long as I can move and I'm not bed bound, I'm fine. I don't need nothing more than that. You're already injecting steroids on me. I'm not trying to become an addict by popping opioids. Real shit.
Well, Kanye West, eat your heart out. All right, girl, go ahead and do your thing. I'm about to go to Taco Bell and give me something to eat.
He said Taco Bell. Shit, it's 3:20 at the board. The Taco Bell closed over here. Shit. I can make my own tacos though. They real easy.
Yeah.
Big.
That double decker taco is calling my name. And besides the shit at work, we be
listen. I'm not into the fast food. Taco Bell ain't bad. I like Taco Bell. But I like my Mexican food authentic. And Taco Bell is not authentic.
Listen, I can't get authentic right now, okay? Because all the grocery stores are closed.
He said grocery stores.
All the freaking grocery stores. And I was supposed to go and get some water because we ran out of freaking water.
Shit, I can't even go outside and get me an authentic Mexican platter. You know how much it costs to get authentic Mexican food?
Actually, you can't. I almost forgot because they got a joint outside of CVS and they're selling actual Mexican food.
Oh, a truck? Yeah, that's some real
Not a
free food.
Not a truck.
Oh shit!
Not a truck.
In a store?
It's a tent. They put up the tents and they fire up.
It's still street food. Yes, it's still street food.
It's good though. It's actually good.
But it's still expensive over here. One of my
expensive.
One of my platters, one of the platters that I get is $20 alone. Just for a fajita platter.
But how do they make it in the combination though? It's like they have you get the thing first, and then they have you get the meat, and then they have you go into another line to get your accessories. And
that's some real street food. Yep. That's authentic street Mexican food. I know what you're talking about. Yep. And those are rare to find, especially here in Philly. You got mostly restaurants out here, yo. I know what he's talking about because I like real food. I'm not into like the little junk food restaurants, McDonald's, Taco Bell. I like actual food. I like it to be like to represent what I'm buying. Like if it's Mexican, it's gotta be Mexican food. It's gotta taste like it's coming from the country.
gotta take.
Like if it's Southern food, I want it to be Southern food. I'm not gonna sit here and go to this little fast food place and say, "Oh, I sell Southern food in here." Like, no, it don't even taste like it. Try again. So yeah, I'm picky when it comes to that. Like, it's gotta really taste like the real thing.
I get you, but again, everything is closed, and
I know. I was talking my ish.
The next best thing is staring right in front of me.
He's like, I'm definitely going for that double cruncher.
You damn Skippy. All right, I gotta go.
Well, go ahead. I'm gonna let you go. I appreciate you. Thank you for letting me up on the panel. This was a great build, and keep doing your thing. Don't stop, and trust me, your channel is gonna grow. And like I said, use that free mode from StreamYard and expand. Use that portrait mode.
I definitely appreciate you.